Hello everybody, how are we doing? Welcome to the stream. It is good to see you guys. We're going to be kicking off in just a few moments time, get some action underway, get some StarCraft going for you all. So yeah, we're going to be going very shortly, as we are going to be here with WardiTV Mondays edition 29. We're going to be starting up in just a few moments. We've got some great matches today. I really kind of enjoy the Bunny Showtime section of the bracket. They play in round of 16, CLEM in the round of 8. I'm kind of got my eyes on that. I just don't know what to go into to potentially guarantee that we get there. Geralt for Jumi. Maybe we could go into Ryung Lemon and we could just switch over. I really want to watch Bunny Showtime. Like, that to me, that is just 100% the match I want to watch today. So I think we'll just set up to make sure that we do exactly that, like I say, and we'll just kind of go from there and figure it out if needs be. I think that's fairly reasonable, to be honest. So yeah, let's do that. If Ryung and Lemon get going soon, we'll get going. Or we could. I'm kind of being a little bit greedy because I could also just go into a match that is not necessarily. I could just follow Showtime and Bunny right away. Just trying to make the most of the StarCraft that we get today. So yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Alright, I guess we'll just, looks like Ryung's joining the lobby, so let's just jump in on that, and then we can go from there. Did I figure out the Boomer Bash finals? No, guys, I've done literally nothing with the Boomer Bash since yesterday. I have no idea because... So Lambo travels today, so I'll let him get to Korea, and then we'll figure out once he's in Korea. I have no idea personally when it's going to be. Right now, I don't even have a slight clue, you know. So, yeah, unfortunately, I don't know just yet. I'll figure it out, though. We'll try to figure it out. How's everyone doing? Again, hope you guys are all feeling good and feeling well. Yeah, Lambo's going to Korea. A bunch of people are going to Korea this week. So, yeah, there's, he's traveling today, I believe, and he had to do stuff yesterday, so he wasn't available yesterday, so... Ian, what's up? Our sponsor of WardiTV Monday 29. I love it. Hell yeah. Let me actually reset the donation goal from yesterday. Yes. Thank you so much for making Monday 29 a reality. Incredible. Should have Ian plastered everywhere. Appreciate it. Alright, give me a sec, guys. I just need to reset those. Perfect. Lambo scheduled his travel with the assumption he wouldn't be in the finals. No, Lambo travels today, but he got asked by someone to sort something out last minute yesterday, so he was available yesterday until he wasn't. So, yeah. Am I going to Korea too? No. I'm staying right here casting StarCraft 2 for you guys. We're too busy to go traveling. You guys heard about our April schedule? I'm going to be taking tomorrow off, so tomorrow I'm not streaming. That's the only day I'm not streaming, apart from Easter Sunday, for the rest of April. We have a lot of streams in April. It's going to be fun. It's going to be enjoyable. Really looking forward to it. I think we're going to have a good time. As usual, guys, in about 5 minutes, it's walkover time, so if we get a bit distracted in 5 minutes, we will take a second and just go sort that out. So just heads up. Because there will be some walkovers to do. I will have to tab out for a moment or two here and there, just confirm stuff. So, just a heads up that in a minute or two. Well, not a minute or two, but in the near future, there'll be, in 5 minutes, there might be some distraction for me. The start of the day is very chill, and I get distracted a lot anyway. There's a lot to figure out and stay on top of, you know. Ryung will be our Korean Terran in the top right, from Vitality. In the bottom left, Taiwanese Protoss, is going to be Lemon, who kind of quit for a while, seems to be back right now, playing a little bit again, so that's cool to see. I'm excited to see what will continue to come of him as we continue to come through. You can't enter the score. There you go, Jimmy. Try now. I didn't officially start. It's so dumb. Like, you can process the check-in results, and then you have to start the tournament after you enter the. To me, processing the check-in results should start the tournament. It doesn't. It should be all good for you now. So yeah, Lemon. If you don't know Lemon, he had an amazing run during the Asia regionals over the last year. Like, he had some sick wins. He pushed Oliveira to the absolute limits as well. So yeah, genuinely a very cool player to follow. Wonder if all the Shopify Rebellion players are in Korea. It's not really. It's not for me to say what it is, but it's not. It's not like a StarCraft 2 tournament-based thing or anything like that, or like a team-based thing. It's just StarCraft 2 friends going for some, going for a reason, basically. Like I say, I'm not gonna share. I don't know if it is shared or whatever. Probably is. It's not that big of a deal. Just yeah. I wouldn't be the one to say something if it wasn't meant to be said. Let's just have a couple of probes going around. They're dancing. Lemon, what we doing? Those probes joined together, danced, and now they're going to go to the natural. Love it. Beautiful. Was it just timed? Was it timed so you could just send them to the natural and then completely forget about them and they would just mine and go straight to the Nexus and not come back into the main base? That's incredible, no? Was that it? Was that what the little dance was for? A little wiggle for good luck before you go to mine the natural? I love it. Alright, Twilight Council coming up here on the side of Lemon. We do see the hallucination of Lemon going across the map as well. Just going to take that straight over to the other side. And away we go as we get towards the upper right. And I'll look to see what will be going on. How's everyone doing? Happy Monday to you all. The final Monday of March. We've got a bunch of Mondays coming up in April. We should be able to guarantee that those are happening. I've scheduled for them to happen at the very least. They are included in my stream plan. So yeah, we'll double check on that. But generally, we'll continue to have StarCraft. Like I say, StarCraft is going to be full of stuff for us in April because we're going to have the WardiTV Spring Championship. That's what takes up a bunch of our days. The $5,000 Spring Championship starting up with qualifiers as soon as Wednesday. And yeah, basically qualifiers all week long. Oh, I guess I'm not streaming on Thursday as well. Yeah. I'm scamming you guys. Yeah, on Thursday I have to go do wedding stuff. But yeah, Tuesday, Thursday, this week I'm not streaming, and then we're streaming pretty much like every day in April. Like, it's going to be a busy month. As the plan goes, obviously the plan can change. Sometimes things happen. Sometimes things come around. But it's going to be a busy month. So sit back, relax, enjoy. Support and subscribe, because we need it. $5,000 tournaments do not grow on trees, believe it or not. It ain't easy to make these things happen. Yeah, go and check it out as we do have a couple of SCVs. Gonna pull in, Hellions will get repaired. Lemon's hallucination just flying overhead straight through the center of the map toward the upper right hand side. It's just gonna come across. The barracks will drop down onto the tech lab here so we can start up our combat shield alongside the Stimpack that is already very much so on the way. It's a very regular opening here from Ryung so far. As we just have Lemon obviously getting a good scout of it. Ryung's been playing pretty decently lately. I felt like he played very well during his Boomer Bash group actually. Ryung's been giving me a little bit more hope than I had before. As the couple of Stalkers will step up, and we will just already have the couple of Hellions getting turned around the other direction, so they're going to get shoved away. These Hellions have really not been able to find any entry point or any point of success at all just yet, as Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 come through. Marine Marauder Medevac still coming up. The Hellions joining down onto that bottom right watchtower. There's two Stalkers in the center together as well. Raven sets just between the main and the third base. Stalkers chase the Raven the other way. Why do we have... I'm trying to figure out why we have a conversation about Donna. Meet in the chat. I'm trying to figure out where this all came from. But, yeah. Random start of the Monday. As Rome just shows up, he's got a Matrix for the one Colossus. He could drop that. I would not hate it if he dropped it. He actually drops all the turrets instead. He's going to try and overpower this army. As he's put a lot of damage on the Nexus. Now probes are falling. I feel like Ryung was very inactive with the army there almost. The Hellions come back from earlier in the game, so they're going to get a bunch of probes too. I really feel like Ryung could have dove the Colossus. I really feel like he could have target fired a little bit more. I feel like there was so much more potential than what he got. As those Hellions are actually blocked from getting through there, so the probes will survive. 21 probes dead, so it's still not exactly pretty for Lemon. He gets put behind on workers. His Colossus is alive, so that will go across the map and wander over. Gonna see our Stalkers heading across, going around that right side, trying to hunt down the Medivacs, trying to get maybe a couple more units killed off so that you can have a chance, or a better chance continuing if you do attack. You actually see Ryung just dropping straight into this base right here and forcing the recall. That's nice. We get rid of some of the Zealots already, the few Marauders. Gonna pull on over to the side as the Stalkers will blink in and get rid of the Medivacs. You should be able to get quite a few Stalker kills here. The Marauders do well against them. We're target firing the low HP one. So getting some value from this drop if nothing else. And you've put the recall on cooldown. That limits what else you can do here. You force these units to be back at home. Well, Vikings still coming through. The Nexus and the Gateway is coming up from Lemon as well. Had a few probes on. Zealots and the Sentry coming up also. We regather between the natural and the third base. Fourth on the 6 o'clock, getting going. And the armory continue to come online again. The +2 attack coming up. Kates, Zealots all coming in. We see a few units continue to rally over to the right side as this army of Lemon begins to set out across the map. Stalkers will just hit. The Widowmine goes down. Again, the +2 attack upgrade coming through on the side of Lemon, so we get that going. The Immortal Chrono boosting along as well, and we'll see the Bio making its way to keep Lemon's army at bay. Excuse me. Robo Facility will continue up as well. +2 attack and the ship weapons continue to come through. The Ghost Academy coming online as well, so continue to bring that Ghost Academy about as the Bio of Ryung just pulls back over, getting up that right-hand side. That Observer just gonna go down, pull back up. Marauders running underneath. So Lemon knows Ryung's force is coming this way. For all that Ryung has done, he's never really shut down this Colossus count. So the Colossus count being at 3 now allows you to also move into disruptive production off the Robo facilities. So Lemon will go directly in that direction. Obviously he sees where he wants to start moving toward with this. As we warp in 7 additional Zealots, and here we go. Vikings gonna get to work. We get rid of the Observer. But that was one of the entire volleys of Vikings. Now we need to really get rid of these Colossus. The Bio is kiting against the Zealots nicely. Only a handful of Vikings remain. And we are going to see 2 new Vikings coming in. They're going to really save the day because they're the reason that first Colossus, or the second Colossus went down. They're going to be the reason the third Colossus goes down. Now the Bio is able to turn and fight through these Immortals. The Stalkers and the Sentry left at the end probably will not be enough. Although with extra Stalkers, maybe we're going to be okay here still. Maybe there is going to be some hope for you. As the Medivacs boost out, one going down, shot down as the blink comes in to get underneath it. And we now have Stalker still chasing, and the ring gets dropped. A couple more Marauders unload. The Zealots are going to start moving up that right-hand side as well. Those 2 Colossus both still on the way out, so we got new Colossus being brought in. Of course, having that double Robo definitely effective for you. He's full throughout the game, and Lemon, I felt like he had a very rough start to this game, but he's actually standing up and doing a very good job of this. Gets some Widow Mines here freely as well. Can blink away with the Stalkers and should not take any further damage. Well, Lemon playing well. Lemon is exciting because he was like a new player that wasn't really new. Lemon, over his time in StarCraft 2, has played all sorts of different races across high-level competition. Has had the most success as Protoss more recently. Like I say, that recent ESL Regionals was a huge streak of success for him, as those few probes continue to go back and forth. An army collecting to the upper left. The Zealot Stalker gathering. A couple Colossus and Disruptors move through too. 2 upgrades coming about. As our Stalkers blink away, the Widow Mine is going to get cleaned up. And that Bio wanting to stem forward with a few Ghosts coming in follow-up. Stalkers blink up as well. A few Zealots are going to try and get there. Disruptor shot going to go toward the center. Another Disruptor shot. That's actually going to land on the Marines and a Ghost. That's going to be another nice catch. I mean, Lemon's just in the control of this game at the moment. He is looking very, very good here in this game number 1, as we see another Disruptor shot going to clip a Marauder. And again, coming off of the early game, he's recovered extremely well. Just needs to figure out how to fight this army now. I feel like this should not be a contest. This should be pretty comfortable for him. I guess the issue is the 2 Colossus are not a huge number, and obviously Vikings are starting to chew through them. You don't really want to lose your consistent damage output. But Lemon's got a 5th base up as well, taking a 6th. He's doing the hero thing, right? You're starting to push, and once you get to the stage where you're pushing with this army, and the bases start coming up faster than the Terran could ever deny them, it becomes a real issue. That's what Hero has become so freaking good at. I think it really is the secret to Hero's recent success in PvT, where if he just gets to that certain point where he can start expanding so quickly, he becomes so very difficult, if at all, just, if not just impossible to stop. Disruptor shots here trying to find the Marauders. The Vikings coming through. One Disruptor going down. Another Disruptor shot will fire straight through, trying to reach the upper side right there. A little bit more Bio gathering together. Yep, just aggressively expand. It seems ridiculous, but it's absolutely the way that Hero's been playing lately, and Lemon seems to be adopting that very nicely here so far. The Zealots and the Colossus continue to gather together. Just see the Bio coming back through too. Again, just letting these Stalkers come forward and do a little bit of the work for themselves. Open up some rocks and just give you extra passageways to move through as... Yeah, I mean... Ryung now seeing this base as our Stalkers continue to chase. I mean, these Marauders aren't going to be enough, especially as the Zealots show up too. Ryung's on the wrong side of the map. And Ryung got maxed out, so this fight is still very important, but the problem is now the position of Lemon is amazing. He can zone with the Disruptors against this army trying to come back in to save the day. I actually would have liked if Lemon stood there, because the army can't come down the ramp because of the choke. He can't come in from the left side because of Disruptor zoning. So in theory, I think Lemon could have stood there and done extremely well for himself. I feel like he gave up a very good position in this one, as you're not going to re-engage through now. Looks as though it might just be too much from Lemon anyways, as the Zealots continue to put in the work. We are running low on Zealots, and the Disruptors start to leak forward to the front. So actually, the scary part of this for Lemon would be if you get chased away, reinforcing is not going to come quickly. 3 Colossus on the way, but obviously they're going to take a while. And until then, these Stalkers have quite a lot of work put onto them. The EMPs are coming in consistently. A lot of Ghosts from Ryung. I'm impressed because it felt like he actually lost a lot of Ghosts this game, and he has lost 6. I felt like he'd lost more to that, to some of the Disruptor shots, but apparently not. Here's the benefit from Lemon, though. He loses this base. Well, that base wasn't really necessary, and it takes Ryung time to chew through it. And so Lemon gets a bit more time to warp in on the next base along, and even if he loses that base, he doesn't really need it. Oh, I do not like that blink, though. That puts you into trouble, no? Because now your blink's on cooldown, you're heading the wrong way. Lemon. I'm not sure what the idea was there. Bleeding out a few more units. The problem is so many of his reinforcements right now are just warp-ins. Warp-ins are fine, but it would be nice if you could warp in some High Templar. Imagine you can warp in some High Templar and get some storms going. Then you have much faster reinforcements coming through. These Zealots just die as they walk past an army. And remember, he's going everywhere with bases. Lemon, again, has time in this game. He's not going to immediately die. It's going to be seen as Zealots still joining up together. The Bio continue to gather up. Regathering, just seeing a couple of Ghosts coming through. The Stalkers and the Colossus up to the top will get rid of some refineries. able to blink across. The bunker will go down. We get rid of some SCVs here. The Bioforce still very much so stepping upwards. You have an EMP coming down. The SCVs pull forward. The Stalker's going to get underneath a medevac. That will go down. Just going to be seeing the rest of the Zealots getting chewed through. Well, Young's army once again is falling apart here, though. As soon as the tech units came back out, it has become a very one-sided affair once again. And that is where Lemon is going to succeed. Actually knocking down a base is obviously huge for him. Puts his opponent into a much more difficult position and keeps this in a very difficult spot now for Young, who just doesn't really have enough. He got rid of these bases on the bottom, but because Lemon has the top left, like I say, you're not even super bothered about losing the bases on the bottom right, so it's kind of just fine for you. Stepping down, next is going to take some shots right away. Just going to see that cancelled. Pylon going to get knocked down as well. We see the few probes peeling off to the side there. Also going to drop here, so that's going to be another pickoff for the moment. I mean, it's nice getting these pickoffs, but Ryung is down 60 supply. Can he make up for that at all? It's going to be difficult. Like I said, I think Lemon's got a good army composition. He's clearly been able to use it well so far. Step up. And we'll just have ourselves the start of this fight beginning. Disrupt a shot. Lands on a good portion of the army. All those ghosts to the top are what you really want to get rid of. If we get rid of these ghosts, it's going to be so much more of an expensive rebuild, although I guess the ghosts are going to go down just in part with everything else. And Lemon will take the opening game of the day here in the best of 3. WardiTV Mondays 29 opening round. Lemon showing up and getting the first game. Exciting. I love Lemon. He's such a fun player to be able to follow recently, so yeah, very excited to always see him playing. Always cool to see him jumping into some games, and very exciting stuff. Yeah, Lemon took a break. Yeah, exactly what Ian said. Lemon took a break until he oh, I completely forgot to do the walkovers, by the way. Our game got too interesting. Do you guys want to stick with Lemon Ryung, or do you guys want to go into Showtime Bunny? Because Showtime Bunny's ready to start. What are you guys fancying? Who else is missing? Opponent? Nikaract. Nope, he's good. And Shin. Cool. Showtime Bunny, Lemon. You guys all want to go. Most people want to go Showtime Bunny. Let's go Showtime Bunny. Yeah, let's do Showtime Bunny. Let's see Lemon take him out. I love seeing Lemon. I feel like Showtime Bunny is just such a good series that we've got coming up, though. I was really excited for this one from the start. All right, we'll go Showtime versus Bunny then, guys. Cool to see Lemon taking a game, though. I'm glad to see him playing again. I like Lemon. I like Lemon a lot. Honestly, like, if there was any other round of 16, I actually don't think I'd really care too much. I think I'd rather keep watching Lemon, but Showtime Bunny was like the one round of 16 where I was like, oh, that could be really good today. I'm feeling it. Showtime's been playing fun lately. Bunny's been playing well lately. I feel like that's a fun one. Go, go, I believe in you. The guy destroyed me too without even breaking a sweat. No, and Q's pretty good. Q is pretty darn good. Alright. Cool. I'll just let the players know that we would like to be in their game. We'll take a moment to do here and swap into that Showtime Bunny series, guys. This is nice because then we can pretty much follow into Showtime CLEM for the round of 4 as round of 8 as well, or Bunny CLEM. CLEM's in the round of 8 of this section of the bracket and gives us a good Little one to follow. Nice. I think talks of Blizzard selling rights to StarCraft, just holding up the EWC announcements. No, because I don't think Blizzard are going to be selling the rights to StarCraft 2 as much as they're just going to be selling the ability for people to make StarCraft-based games. I don't think that's really the same thing. It's not like Blizzard will no longer own StarCraft. Blizzard will just allow a different company to make games of StarCraft, you know? I don't think they're actually gonna... They're selling out licensing deals more than anything, if it's actually true. I didn't even really read into it. Like, you can sell StarCraft, and then you can let people make StarCraft games, you know? It's two very different things. And from what I understood from the very little I read about it, it was more towards, if anything is happening, it's more towards people are competing to buy the rights to make games. I'm gonna jump into Amygdala for opening game of Bunny versus Showtime. We'll be able to get this off, guys. So, kick this off, get this going. Thank you for joining us here today. As we ready up into Amygdala, we get this set to go. Beautiful. Alright, Amygdala it is. As we head into this one, let's kick off into this TVP. Like I said, I've been very excited about this one from the moment I saw the bracket today. Let's hope it actually turns out to be good. I actually feel like we lost, we ditched on a little bit of a treat between Lemon and Ryong. So let's hope that it was not for nothing. Bottom left, our red Terran player is going to be Bunny. Up against the Protoss in the top right hand side, we are going to have ourselves Showtime. One sec, guys, I have a BattleNet notification. Ah, that was from yesterday. Oops. Alright, opening game of this best of 3 as we get this rolling. We look to see what will happen as we head into Amygdala for map 1 of this series. So, we get this up and running. Get ourselves started. Yeah, excited to see what the plan kind of is. Gonna be seeing the SCV chasing the probe around for a few moments at the very least as well, though, so that will be happening, and otherwise we sit back, hang out, and again, wait to see where and what we'll be getting into as the Reaper and the Orbital continue to come online. A couple of SCVs going to go chasing down a probe. Put some work in over there. Just for the early stages. Reaper pops out, starting to head across the map. Heading up to the upper right hand side, just going to come straight on over, journeying across. So Reaper will just hang out the front, but he's trying to figure out what's going to be going. Stalker just gonna shoot, the Reaper gonna take some shots, getting pushed away to the other side. Away we go. Again, the Heli and the Marine very much still coming up and online. Starport Orbital coming through. Our Hallucination heads down to the bottom left for the moment. Hallucination will just be hanging around. We take a couple of moments. Blink coming through. The warp gate about to finish. We had those gates on. A couple of SCVs coming onwards as the Reaper heads up around the top. The Hellion into the center as well. And we do have ourselves the gateways in the middle of the map. In the middle of the natural, I guess. Not really in the middle of the map. Just coming online. Again, our past the first few minutes of the game. Not too crazy just yet. And we have the hallucination of Showtime heading down to the bottom left side as well. And the hallucination needs to move through. The blink just coming up. You have a couple of stalkers on either side. Going to continue to chase that Reaper, and that Reaper does go down. I was going to say we had enough shots on it. As the medevac tries to get in position on the top, hallucination will fade before we get a secondary scout of where this is at. And Showtime is going to start splitting his units up to have some toward the main base. So that is going to be good news here as we move those up. Right now, the medevac intercepted, turned around the other way. Blink coming online. The +1 attack upgrade. The engineer bay getting put to work. Now Raven coming through too. Some more harassment options for Bunny. As the Raven also not just holds harassment options, but obviously good options in general as the game progresses. Definitely a lot you can do with a Raven, whether, you know, even if it's just not auto-turreting onto the mineral lines, auto-turreting into a fight, matrixing, anti-arm missile. Pick and choose. There's so many different scenarios and ways in which to utilize the Raven. A hallucination pops up, heads into the main. A few Marines are going to be there, and the hallucination gets turned around again. Do you see a few additional stalkers just getting warped in, and Marines again just going to hit the hallucination once again. Pushing that back into the main base. Stalkers will jump forward. Bunker will go down. And that siege tank is going to be the next target here as well. Take that down nice and easily. Good job so far. Widow Mine also falls. The stalkers keep on blinking backward. Prism sets up, 2 more stalkers getting warped in. There's a siege tank shot coming straight out towards a couple of those stalkers as well. Only blink away a couple of moments, see a few more Marines step through once more. Showtime trying to find edges. I mean, this is a scary position. If you blink in here, you get rid of Stim, but Bunny has more than enough defense. However, does he have enough defense to deal with the stalkers poking at the front again now? He pulled everything in toward the main base. Now he's pulling everything out of the main base. If Showtime realized how much he was overcommitting the units back over to this side, he could have maybe gone back in. I think Bunny realized it, puts the tank back in place at least. But I mean, still no tank low ground. Big blink back from Showtime suggests he's not going to continue poking, however. So maybe Bunny is going to get away from this without taking any further damage. The stalkers are going to see that medevac going upwards. That I feel like when you see a medevac moving there, I wonder if that's ever a time where you can be like, hey, we should blink on this. I think he is going to see if he can try and catch it some way. He's going to spot it here as all of his stalkers already low HP in the front. We'll get rid of the Marauder. We aggressively step toward the medevac to force that back. And the rest of the bio continues to come through. Our stalkers still moving upward. There's +1, extended thermal lance charge, all coming in. The rest of the army from Bunny gathering into the center as well. Prism heads into the main base, or at least positions to go into the main base. There's a double Widow Mine there, so you got to be a little bit careful with this Prism. Last thing you want is to be giving this Prism up too easily. You don't want that to go down without a fight at all. So you do want to, you know, try and find a way. I mean, there is obviously just, you know, if you take a turn here and just warp in here instead of here. The reason Bunny's put that there, though, is that's the very common flight path of the Prism. As that fourth base just goes down, Showtime does not get to defend his fourth in time. So that is a costly fourth base losses. Down here, the Prism did go down to those Widow Mines. Sorry, I looked away. And Showtime did end up just donating the Prism through to Bunny, so that's huge for Bunny because it takes away a lot of Showtime's potential aggression. Just gets rid of a lot of what Showtime might have been looking to really try and take advantage of. Empire moving up, taking the watchtower here. Senate Thermal Lance is about to fade away, +2/+1 coming through. We had another pylon on. Again, Armory and Engineering Bay coming up as well. Up the Guardian Shields, we are going to start stepping up already. Coming straight through, the Wood Mine goes down. Well, Showtime's army getting to that point where it's powerful. It's going to begin taking map control. Definitely seems to be a very typical formula right now. You get to this sort of point. Coming around the bottom side, the Zealots setting up ready for potential charge in. We will see a couple of force fields coming down. There are some Widow Mines. They're going to soften up a lot of the Zealots in the front. So a lot of those Zealots taking damage before this even really begins. We do have reinforcing wave of Zealots coming across the map already. Skulker's blinking. Just going to try and initiate. The sentry force fields are interesting. They do stop the Bio from kind of escaping up top. The Orbital Command ends up lifting here as Bunny is kind of getting bullied. He does not seemingly have enough. The Stalker's trying to pull back, and they will do so successfully. Showtime gets a Game 1 victory in this best of 3. And Showtime will be up again here in the round of 16 today, as he does face a tough run of Terran competition, most likely. He takes down Bunny. He's very likely going to play Clem in the next round. Geralt and Jumi just played. Jumi getting the 2-0 over Geralt. Now has to play Clem himself, so see if he gets to cause an upset or so. As, yeah, round 16 still filling out. A lot of players still in at round 32. Lemon did 2-0 Ryung, by the way, so just to follow up on that match we were following earlier, that one has concluded. That one did go the way of Lemon. He did get that 2-0. Alright, let's head into our second game here. As it is going to be up a game in the top right-hand corner of the map. Our blue Protoss player. This is Showtime. Keeping his tech units alive, putting them in good positions, and benefiting from it all. Here's a game over Bunny. Red Terran, sorry, in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. Do, 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 do. I'm going to come nibbling around the SCVs. I'm just going to force it back. And Probe will just retreat away for the moment. Three Colossus time as killing Terrans. There is something about just the Protoss reach the 3. As the Protoss reach the 3 kind of Colossus, like Terrans are just struggling to have a Viking count that can be reasonable against it. Definitely tough. And Protoss, I think, are realizing just how aggressive they can start being the moment that happens as well, right? Definitely helps. We're just coming back over, gonna hop into the main base, trying to see what's up. It's obviously just gonna be a wall off there, so not really much success available for now. Reaper gathers together, medevac the Marines come through, and Blink is coming about, the Warp Gate coming on, Probes and Gateways coming up, add an assimilator and a pylon in as well. Continue to bring all of that into play here currently as we have a Wood of Mine coming up as well. Hallucination flying by, the Hellion off over to the side, a Reaper up to the top. And again, this Hallucination already heading down to the bottom left side for the moment. Hallucination absolutely just having a bit of a scout about, and he's going to see this medevac flying through. He's going to start tapping onto it as the Wood of Mines in said medevac will peel away. Stalker in the sentry there to push the Hellion back the other side. And medevac does peel into that upper left-hand corner. Reaper Hellion still moving around. You have two Stalkers up top that are going to go hit the Reaper. Showtime so on top of this defensively, Bunny on top of Showtime's defense. Killed that medevac back with immediate effect, did not even need to take a shot on it, so was paying attention. Get rid of the Hellion here is nice. The Reaper is not going to do much as this game goes on. The Hellion not really going to do much either, but it's a nice fast way to kind of move around the map and maybe put some, put it somewhere. It's one less unit you can kind of just send on the sides and forget about, and provide free vision for yourself for the foreseeable future. So good to kind of get through that stage as our Stalkers of Showtime gather up in the two at the bottom left-hand corner here. Get that ready to roll. Stalker step up, just gonna blink straight through. That siege tank goes down immediately. Bunker goes down. Marines getting shot at as well. 1, 2, 3, 4 Marines going down immediately. The Raven taking some damage too. The auto turret falls. CV going down. The Marines are still very much so stepping forward as well. A few more Stalkers warping in. Couple probes went down across the map, but Showtime, I think, getting some real value over here as well. Being able to get rid of the, Wood of Mine, the siege tank, the Wood of Mine, the medevac dead across the map. He's only lost a Stalker. He's still in full strength, and this position. Yeah, I was going to say, you guys remember this position from last game. This is dangerous. Combat shield, stim, both deniable. Not enough units in the main. Bunny just says GG. This one's done. And we are going to see Showtime advancing through to the round of 8. First round of 8 play of the day. We'll be taking on Jumi or CLEM there. If we can jump into Jumi CLEM on the European server. Hop over and see if they're in-game or where they are at. Because I want to stay in this section of the bracket personally. Oh, they're in-game for 4 minutes. That's not ideal. We can probably wait around for them. There's a lot of other matches still happening. Round of 32 still taking place. Skillis playing Eba. Nice playing Milky Cow. So a lot still going on over there. Yeah, Solo and Shin still waiting for their round of 16 matches to be available. So, if we want to go into the CLEM Jumi Halloween versus Showtime series, then we're going to have to do a little bit of waiting here, guys, unfortunately. Is there a better place to put those buildings? Yes, not right on the edge. Okay, it's kind of a little bit of a weird one because you kind of want them on the edge because you kind of want to create SimCity against the Stalkers so the Stalkers can't just blink in and then walk around your main base as much. Put a tank behind it, get a defensive position set up. But it's super risky when your stim pack and combat shields are going to build off of those structures because then all it takes is that add-on to go down and it resets you in the game so heavily. It takes away a lot of your times, it takes away a lot of the power you would have been playing with otherwise. It's just not good, so yeah. Yeah. Alright guys, we have a couple moments. Little sellout time. You guys have 5 hours remaining to take advantage of the 35% off gifted subs deal. So if you're enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying all the excitement of the WardiTV Spring Championship coming up and coming on, you can of course jump in and support the stream. If you gift, I think it's 5 subs or more, you get 35% off your gifted subs. So if you're thinking of being generous anytime in the near future, may as well do it now while they're cheaper. I will not flame you guys for not gifting subs for the rest of the month. If you want to just send them all today. Of course, as usual, if you're enjoying the stream, especially on the YouTube, do not forget to scroll down and give it a little like. I'll go do it myself right now as well. Take one for the team. But, yeah, like the stream. Subscribe on the YouTube channel if you don't already. We are continuing to try and push towards a growing subscriber count on YouTube, so do all of that. There we go. Hit the like button there. Love that. And yeah, just in general, got a Prime sub, etc. too. Always goes a long way to support and allowing us to do so much more to continue through the StarCrafts. Thank you, Simia, for the 5 gifted subs going out to Principal 22, Dank Manic, As the Bez, D-Mash, and Pyramid 3. Thank you so much. Appreciate some Wardy hypers in the chat. Simia showing you guys how to take advantage of that sub deal. Boom. Supporting StarCraft 2 for less than usual. Amazing. Yo, Bakery6, thank you so much for the 2-month resub. Hey mate, I'm quite watching, just enjoys all your content. Love from Australia. Hell yeah, thank you so much for the big resub. 2 months, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Quiet or not, we appreciate it. Thanks for being here, thanks for watching. Even if you're quiet in the chat, you are there as a viewer, and the view count goes a long way as well for sponsors and being able to run ads and stuff and justify all this content, so I appreciate you guys too. Which, because we are still waiting for Jumi and Clem to come out again, guys, I'm just going to run a round of ads now. I'd rather just run 3 minutes now than 3 minutes a bit further down the line, basically. It just sort of makes sense. So we'll take that off as, yo, Turip12, thank you so much for also gifting out 5 subs. Going out to, the Orc, the Meister, Mr. Amagon, and Lewis716620, and El Tarkas. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hell yeah. Sub hype is real. Beautiful, alright. Appreciate it, guys. Like I say, we'll just take a couple minutes. We are waiting for Jumi and Clem to come out of their current game. And nice and Milky Cow and Skills and Heba are playing some hella series apparently. Steadfast in game on the. I think Steadfast is in game on Skills Heba actually. Was that game 3? Feels like it must be unless they just played a ridiculously long game 1. It is game 3 between Skills and Heba. Exciting. Good to see Heba having some success. Jumi just came out of games, so we might have an update there sooner rather than later. Either a new game getting hosted or score on the bracket. What will it be? Nothing shown to us just yet. New lobby. Alright, let's go join Jumi versus Clem then. Double check what the score is. No one's going to tell me. Incredible. All right. Well, we're going into a game of Jimmy Clem. My guess would be it's 1-0 to Clem, but who knows? Let's kick off into... Yeah, my guess is game 2. Coke is casting this one, so if you give me a second, I'm going to just hop on his channel and quickly check what he sets the score to be. He's AFK. He's showing a cat. Back in game, he's out of game. But none of this is helping. Don't you just hate it when the streamer doesn't just show the game and put the score on? We're 30 seconds in game, come on. That's 3. 1-0 Clem. Okay. It is 1-0 to Clem. In this series. Perfect. Alright. God, these streamers, who do they think they are? Entertaining their chats or something? Unbelievable. It should be about StarCraft, and nothing else but StarCraft. I'm gonna make it a rule. If you cast WardiTV tournaments, you must permanently talk about the game. Take all the fun out of streaming. Top right side, it is gonna be a Blue Protoss player, Jumi. And in the bottom left, up a game is gonna be Clem. So, opening game now for us on this series, but obviously Clem is already up 1. Was about an 8 or 9 minute game that they were in. That's about how long they'd been in game for my friends list at least, so yeah. Samuel drops down in, Cybercore coming up. Next is on the way, and we take a few moments to settle ourselves into game 2 of this series. Next is about to finish. The Command Center coming through. Helene and a couple of Reapers on the way up as well. We'll be seeing our Adept coming across the map. It's just going to be coming through, seeing if we can get up to much here. Adept stepping around again. The Star Gate is going to be finishing. A couple of Reapers coming online. And the Helene and the Starport on as well. Adepts will just join up. I'm going to start hitting the low ground here for a couple of moments. So, Rock's going to take some damage. The Starport coming through. Had the Command Center on in there. You have the Reaper Helene squad from Clem. 4 Reapers dangerous, because obviously even if they just jump into the main base, some potential there for them to have some success. I mean, this Adept is gonna get lifted by the Phoenix to save it. Thought it was a fun way of doing things, as the Reapers still kiting nicely. And now the Hellions show up as well. Thankfully there's a battery. However, now you get access to the natural, no? And now this entire natural mineral line is going to be in trouble because you have to pull everything to defend the main base. So far, it's only 2 workers. How many do we get? 3 workers going down. The Adept Shade comes in. 2 Reapers and 2 Hellions remain. The battery's out of energy, so we will kill at least one of these Adepts. Grenade is good for Adept kill number 2. Adept 3 will get a little bit of battery healing. We pick up the healthier Hellion. That's going to be 1 more Adept, though. Damn. 2 Phoenix coming into the main base. The Reaper is going to get lifted as well. The Phoenix will be there to pick this off. Now Cyclone Viking continue to come through as well in that production tab. Stalker, Phoenix, Robo Facility, and the probes continue to come up for the moment. We're seeing a couple of Phoenix still going down. A couple of Cyclones going to now lock onto the Adept and the Stalkers. We'll see how Cyclone stepping through, and again, just going to set those Stalkers. A couple of Zards continue to come about. Damage being done is just have the Sentry warping in. That's Impact coming through. The factory coming up and online. Going to bring this over. And Stim +1, a few Marines coming about. We had a couple of missile turrets on as well. So some defense is being made as IO gathers, and another mule drops on in for the moment. When we just regather everything again. The Phoenix obviously up from June. We can try and do a little bit extra here. Obviously, those Phoenix always going to be a threat. They will maintain some map control here on the side of Jumi, so it's going to be one of the benefits of having them. Marines coming over, the Medivacs joining. We'll have a push into the third base in the next few moments, but the CLEM really attack into this with the Colossus here. I don't really know if he's got enough to really fight a Colossus or to scare it enough at least. Drop doesn't really do much either though, and so CLEM just gets hunted down. The problem with dropping into Phoenix is the Phoenix will always have a good way to clean up drops, and so they lose everything there. That was obviously really less than ideal, to say the least. And the units pulling back around. CLEM just pulling away with everything else he had on the map there initially. Can shoot. One Phoenix very nearly going down already, so again, just still trying to utilize these Phoenix, but it's difficult to do too much. Not great to lose your Phoenix to the Widow Mines, so not ideal. A bit of an engagement here. This is going to be the 3 Colossus that CLEM has to deal with. He lost quite a lot of units here so far. And the 3 Colossus get very scary, so definitely a moment where you gotta try and be a little careful. Just going to be having the army of Jumi will continue pushing. He definitely knows he's got an opportunity here perhaps, so already looking for the potential coming down the other way. A few more Stalkers getting walked in. The +1 and the charge continue to come through as well. Colossus just starting to come through. The couple of Vikings hitting. The Widow Mines going off toward a few Zealots as well. Vikings coming back through. Couldn't get the Prism there. I was going to say if they went on that straight away, they might have stopped the warp. And now a few more Stalkers actually get to come off. Can CLEM find this fight? in his favor. He's got the 1-1 upgrades in his favor. He has to lift up the orbital, though. Jimmy has a lot of gates back at home, as we do see the fight continuing. The Colossus, first one goes down. Stalkers need to get rid of these Vikings. We really want to try and save a Colossus here. Archons and the Immortal join in as well. Just don't think Jimmy has quite the power that he needs. Clem, Widow Mines are going to fire. The Vikings are going to land, and then we attempt to recall, but we're going to lose one Immortal. Second Immortal gets home, but it's going to be on low HP. Extra units warping in. Just going to be having the rest of this army continue to come about. And Clem definitely getting the defense there in the end. So makes it happen. Good job. Nicely done. Good defense from Clem, because this was obviously looking to be scary, right? There was definitely potential there for this to go quite wrong as a few more Zealots try and charge on the right side. Widowmine is good onto quite a few of those Zealots. Continue to shoot through. The Observer getting chased back as well. And kill the Assimilator, and now we continue in. That Disruptor going to get jumped on also. Gets taken out. Zealots falling. Archon's in trouble. And Jimmy unable to capitalize on what felt like possibility and potential in this game. Hopefully I learned an experience, because this one I think you can look at and figure out, well, what should I have just done a bit differently? What should I have put my attention to actually get the win on this? Because, like I say, it felt very doable for Jimmy. It felt like a fight where he had an army that was scary for Clem. But it didn't look like that based on the end result. So yeah, definitely cause to be cautious. As Stalker goes down, we'll see a bunch of Zealots going down to you. GG's will be called, and Clem will take the 2-0, advancing to the round of 8 today to play against Showtime. We still have Nice and Milky Cow playing in the round of 32. The winner that's going to play Sola. Elsewhere on the bracket, Hero 2-1 Nikarak. Nikarak took a map off Hero. I love Nikarak, man. He just shows up. He keeps taking maps off great players. That's why we invited him to the February event. Was the February event? I think it was the February event, because he just keeps on kind of winning games here and there, which you don't expect him to. Classic 2-0's Q today. That's fun. So Classic advances to the round of 8. He'll play against Hero. That one is already getting underway, I imagine. We're going to stick with Clem versus Showtime. We talked about this section of the bracket in this series a lot already. On the bottom side of the bracket, Beyond currently playing Crater in the round of 16, and MaxPax taking on Lemon. That is where we are. Shin's also playing against Skillers, who did come out ahead of Eba 2-1. Going to see a lot of like maps being taken here and there today. Definitely some run results verging on happening, not quite, but yeah, map wins is obviously something you got to respect as well. Think about for the future. Do. Okay, so yeah, Clem and Showtime will do some videos. We'll get ready to go into that series. Like I say, our first bit of round of 8 action for us today. Get that up and running and go into that TVZ. Very exciting. TVP, sorry, not TVZ. I was looking at the Zergs in the bracket. Solar and Shin in the same section might meet in the round of 8. Interesting. They really are Zerg candidates for the day. So yeah, just a little bit of waiting, guys. Hopefully ready to go soon. Hopefully we can kick this off. Ultra Love going to be our opening map, it seems. Alright, go gets gold. And we're going to head straight into CLEM versus Showtime. So, our round of 8 matchup coming through. Let's get this on the way. Let's head into this. As we are going to begin in the top right corner. Our Blue Terran player here has won many a WardiTV Monday. Looking for another day. It is going to be Team Liquid's CLEM. Taking on in the bottom left hand side. Our red Protoss player is Showtime. Yeah, it was kind of obviously, one of the things to think about for this WardiTV Monday as well, guys, is with the WardiTV Spring Championship looming, this is our last chance for players to qualify through the Monday events into the Spring Championship. Top 4 players today will qualify, and the winner gets a special seed into Group Stage 2, so it can just eliminate the need to play in some of the qualifiers further in the week, and there are going to be qualifiers on Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so full week of qualifiers coming up. Should be fun to see how they play out. Should be fun to see who tries to get involved. Should be fun to see who potentially looks to join us in the Spring Championship. Once that probe comes around, so we're just going to get settled. Orbital coming through, factory and engineering bay coming up as well, so bring all of that over. Definitely chrono boost along, and we'll see what Showtime's approach to taking on CLEM might be. Will Showtime find a bit of an upset today? What will our plan be? I feel like Showtime was always on the verge of figuring out CLEM, and oftentimes was able to come in and look very good against CLEM, but CLEM has just been on that next level as of late, right? And obviously is a level that I think Showtime is not quite being able to capture and recreate for himself either. That gateway comes down, the next is coming through, the Adept and the Warp Gate coming up. Showtime, holy crap, has not beaten CLEM since 2023. He went 2-1 in the Africa event. Oh my god. These stats are miserable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 series in a row CLEM has run against Showtime. That's insanity. And then he had one loss, and then he won another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in a row. Jeez. In their last 30 meetings, going back all the way through to March of 2023, it's like 28-2 to CLEM. Which is crazy, because Showtime has 31 match wins against CLEM over 72 series. So if you take those 28 away, if you take the last 30 meetings away, their overall score against each other is like 44-29, which doesn't seem so bad, but now it's 72-31. Like, holy. CLEM just became a monster, and yeah, Showtime. Like I say, Showtime CLEM to me was a great series to watch. I always felt like Showtime had chances, but yeah, you look at the results like that, you look at scorelines like that, and stats like that, and it's like, oh, maybe not so much anymore, as I think that Stalker's just dead as well. You cannot get out of reach of that Cyclone here, so we lose a Stalker, trying to be aggressive with 3 gateways. That is not ideal, and at the same time we have the attempted run by from CLEM on the other side of the map. That's not going to do too much yet. If we fight here, we need to make sure that we're getting rid of this Cyclone. This Cyclone provides so much value over time. If you do not get rid of that, I genuinely worry here for Showtime. He is trading better now because he has more Stalkers. He can realistically hit the Cyclone, push it back, and then pull the Stalker that is locked onto away and realistically get it out of reach. That's something he wasn't able to do when it was only 2 Stalkers previously. One's locked onto, the other one just isn't scary enough. I see the Adepts committing in as well. The Cyclone lock-ons kind of mix up what they go onto here. The SCV's pulling as well. That one Cyclone kept on low HP in the back is such a frustration for Showtime. You know he's not going to be loving the fact that that gets to live, because now it gets to repair back up and just go again. Now we get more Stalkers showing up, though. Did Clem miscalculate this? We're going to lose one more Stalker. The next Stalker goes down. Two is diving forward, trying to chase the Cyclone again. We hit that Cyclone, but it still doesn't die. And if Clem keeps it alive a second time, it's another Stalker kill. To me, this is already looking as though it's going the wrong way for Showtime. This is way too much being lost, not enough being gained. And yeah, I think it's fair to say this is very quickly and swiftly becoming a little bit of a disaster as an Adept is going to come shading through. Cyclone moves up, the Adept goes into the mineral line. The problem from here from Showtime is his tech is always going to be behind, so as he gets Blink, he should have had Blink a minute or two ago. And that means that whatever he goes into next, that tech should have been there a minute or so ago as well, right? Stalkers gather, we'll get up to the top. Blink coming through, +1 stim, continue to come about here. Gonna bring that through. Stalkers just gathering. Step back on the way up with that +1 also on the way through. We had a +1 attack and charge coming up as well. Thanks gathering. Marines joining up. Just going to be seeing the +1 the charge still coming through. The extra gates coming along as well. And we'll clean out the pylon. That obviously gets rid of the nearby gateways, so we work our way through this, and then the depots starting to come up still. We continue to make some preparations. Just going to get rid of this gateway, and again, +1 charge coming through. The Robo Bay is starting up already from Showtime, so we got that Robo Bay coming online. A little bit more bio collects in as we move through the top side, and gets ready to start pushing. I'll lock on, just going to come moving across. And we've seen our Zealots and Stalkers coming through. Actually going to get a good jump on this army. We get rid of the tanks very quickly, so that can depower some of Clem's push. I just... yeah, I do think it's going to be interesting here to see how we... to continue this, just have the army of Clem very much so still stepping forward. Going straight through at the moment. Again, a couple of Vikings, Marines, Marauder, and +1 armor all coming up just for now. Trying to step on through. Guardian Shield comes up. I don't mind that's going to be scary, but it is set off already. Raising our bio, fighting back the other way. The rocks gonna get cleaned up and moved through as well. It's just gonna work our way through that and open up a little bit more space. I'm still looking to just find ways to attack forwards here. It's getting better for Showtime. Second Colossus is on the way. Surviving until that is ready is the challenge, right? You know, as time passes here, I think it gets easier for Showtime because more tech showing up should give the Protoss more hope and opportunity to live. But we're just not quite at that point yet. So again, every second that passes helps Showtime, but you gotta be careful. Love that blink. It's a Stalker 4 Viking. I love those force fields too. You're gonna get a clump of bio units there. And you're zoning the Vikings extremely well so far. The Colossus is not in reach. Two of those Vikings now low. Easy targets for the future, and that protects the Colossus count, which is obviously huge in the grand scheme of things at the moment. Nothing better. The Widowmine Stalkers get through. Widowmine goes down. The rest of the bio still coming across. Our Zealots will be there as well. We will just step forward once more. +2 attack. Extended Thermal Lancer coming in. Another force field dropping into place. The bio force coming back the other direction. We get the +2 finishing. The Extended Thermal Lance coming about also here. Good right now as Marine Marauder Viking comes up. The CC comes along and getting online. +3 attack finishing very shortly, and still the Prism coming up as well. Extended Thermal Lance about to complete. +1 armor now on the way through also. By coming forward, the Stalker taking hits. We have got many more Vikings here this time. How do we deal with this? Showtime, what I feel is lacking is that next stage of tech. Like, we got to the Colossus. This all stems from kind of how this game opened. It's like, I just feel as though I'm very afraid that the Colossus aren't going to be enough. Right now, this is great, though. Blinking forward aggressively, shoving CLEM away. Force Field of 2 coming into place. We'll try and target down another Viking or so at the end of this. And the defense is good for now. I mean, CLEM's pushed back, but CLEM is about to reach Ghost. Like I say, we are getting to a better and better CLEM army. Showtime now going to start switching into Disruptors. So again, it has to find something here, because otherwise this does not exactly look great in the grand scheme of things. This couple of Ghosts will be finishing through. Medivacs and Marines very much so, still on the way up right now. Gathers the Vikings overhead. Well, we've seen this sort of situation play out a lot lately. We've talked about it already once today, where you get to this position now where the pros can basically start mass expanding. You can take base after base, and it's very hard for the Terran to keep up with that, and then the pros has a lot of eco to trade with. I'm trying to push forward here. One Ghost goes down, a little out of position. The Vikings, for the first time, actually get a direction onto the Colossus, which is really nice. They've really struggled to get into reach of the Colossus. This time, Showtime had the Viking Colossus a little bit exposed. His Prism exposed too, loses it, so no Warpins available. Showtime has to back it up. Losing that Warpin cycle is going to suck on the front lines. It comes about 3-3 upgrades going through on the engineering base of CLEM, so we bring that over. Showtime attacking into the right side base with just a few Stalkers poking up. The rest of his army stands back from there as we'll have CLEM investing in the Sensor Tower to try and figure out where the next movements come from. We dive forward to look for that Disruptor. Actually loses quite a few units as he kind of stood in the Disruptor reach. Now the Vikings going to be able to get the Colossus here though, and so Showtime has to pull those back, and if you're pulling those back, I don't think you can really commit through to this at the moment. I think you're going to have to be a lot more careful. Vikings will get rid of another Colossus, aiming for another one again. And now the Zealots trying to charge through. And Clem's supply has been dropping, but Showtime's losing the Clem is losing the Showtime's losing the tech units, which maybe help him here. The rocks get knocked down, giving Clem a bit of a defensive reprise. Give him a few moments to actually just sit back and hang out for a second. Very much so, just staying split. We get rid of the bunker. The disruptor shot on the Vikings was great. However, do we land another disruptor shot here? The bio surging forward means that it's difficult to keep the disruptors alive. The prism gets into the main 8. The prism shots. Do we have anything to stop this warp in? I don't think so. Nothing to hit the prism down. And so Showtime will cause chaos in the main base. Depots are dropping. The bio has to respond. We'll start trading onto some of the SCVs and the bio units there as well as Showtime continues to try and control this. Again, his base count looking good back at home during this as well. I like the recall on the Zealots. Get some of those out, keep some of them alive. Prism in the corner. Might stay alive for now because there's only one Viking in the game. Depends if Clem's paying attention. There's a lot going on. Going back and dealing with that Prism is something he might just not really think to. You know, it wouldn't be that crazy of a factor. And we got rid of it. So the Prism goes down. The center of the map, Showtime almost finds a fight onto Clem, which I actually think is Showtime favorite at the moment. Love that he's got the Colossus up here. 2 of them in the game. Adding an Immortal on as well. Wouldn't mind to see 2 or 3 Immortals, right? Some good buffer against like a Marauder frontline. Actually really, really solid. Not splash damage, but mixed into the army can, like I say, provide a lot of value against the Marauders, which you're going to be hitting for a long time. If they're the units that try and stand up in front, because obviously you're not going to send your Marines in front because you want the Marauders to absorb the Colossus fire. That's typically a bit of a back and forth. Cells coming by here, Stalker's moving up. Another couple of EMPs come down again. Marines going down, Zealots coming from the bottom left side, the Stalker's coming up. We are going to blink up to that top side. Still trying to get the Zealots through. I tell you what, because these fights have been so consistent, Showtime has gotten Clem's medevacs super low on energy. Like, these medevacs are drained. They will not be able to fully heal that army. I think that's one of the benefits here. If you can take enough fights that the Terran player has to keep on, playing around that, it's difficult to keep these medevacs being useful. I'm just going to dive this base right now, trying to firepower it down before the army can get here. The Colossus, a little exposed. We drop force fields to give us a chance. The extra Viking showing up. 1 Colossus goes down. It turns out to be quite expensive for Showtime. He's probably going to lose the Immortal, both Colossus. This feels like such a good dive because you get rid of a base, but you lose so much of the tech in the process. A Dark Shrine coming online will give Showtime even more options here as a way to try and potentially keep Clem on the back foot. He's relocating his main base orbital to the 5th base. So that's going to be an orbital now, so that's more easily harassed, more easily taken care of in the future for Showtime. And it's scary for Clem because you start losing the orbitals on those bases, then you can't, replace instantly again. But also, there's so much less you can do. EMPs here maybe to shut down the recall. Not needed. Clem's just got enough damage on the Nexus already. So Showtime loses the far left base. One of the first times we've really seen Clem striking and succeeding with his strike in a while. That's been all about Showtime's control and movement so far. Now Clem actually getting to come out onto the map and make some value happen. As Zealots get in front, we will chase this army down. It's actually quite a lot of Marines. I'm not sure if the Zealot force is good enough here, but maybe we just have enough. Blinking forward again. That Ghost is going to be abandoned. There's a bottom right fight about to take place as well. Similar story where I'm not sure the Zealots are going to do enough. That seems like a lot of bio. We could really do with a bit more splash. The Colossus dying though. And so now it's going to be Zealots and Stalkers in the bottom right. A Disruptor really needs to fire from further away than there. It's going to die. 2 Colossus show up, however, and maybe they can make the difference. I don't know if we can break onto these Colossus. The Marauders are going to make an attempt for it. We drop the EMP down. We did not get the Zealot warp in there in time to really protect this. We do start to clean out a lot more of those units, and Showtime is also clearing out a mineral line. This 3rd base is in trouble. Again, that being an orbital is a problem, but I mean, that's just the 3rd. It's the right side 5th base now, I guess. That's also an orbital. The Stalkers from over here are actually going to shoot down 1 medevac, 2 medevacs. So Clem getting caught up and not thinking about the fact that there were units there as he tries to make his getaway. Again, if Showtime could have just kept those Colossus alive, preserving your tech units goes such a long way for you at the moment, and if he could have just kept the Colossus, kept the Disruptor up, the difference that makes would have been absolutely huge compared to where we are at the moment. Awesome game here in our quarterfinals of WardiTV Monday 29. Rocks gonna take some damage as Showtime looks to open these up and create a passageway through. Again, the medevacs, they actually do have a little bit of energy on them at the moment, but I mean, that's because Clem is also building new medevacs that, he lost a few. So he actually has medevac energy for the first time in a while. He will get a fully healed army here. Couple of units stepping forward. The Stalkers on the high ground will fire the CC, taking damage. Big stim. A couple of Vikings are going to get shot at. The Colossus fall back. A couple of force fields come down. Marauder getting caught in there as well. Charging shield fades away. So got the +3 shields coming up. Hazard's going to have to pull back. Stalker's shooting. Bio stepping up as well. Pull back into the center. Just going to have that prism setting up. Results coming through. See that +3 shields continue to come in. We continue to step forward for the moment here. It's going to be seen now a few Vikings gathering up as well. A few Zealot's going to move into the mineral line. Ghost in some trouble. Colossus firing. Clem's army is kind of in a clump here right now. He can't really spread out anywhere. If these Colossus can just shoot the army, we've got Colossus hitting the CC. We've got to try and get these on a bio units. The more bio we're hitting with these Colossus, the better chance Showtime has of actually winning this fight. As Clem's actually going to lift up and run away. He's clearly afraid of continuing. He loses a lot of SCVs during this as well. And funnily enough, Showtime's actually down a lot of army supply coming out of this, but Clem actually loses a lot of work. So his economy's going to go one way. Showtime's army's going to go that same direction. But economy is usually better than army to be losing, because the economy can obviously rebuild an army. An army left over has to get across the map and do something now, and I don't think Showtime has so little that Clem can make that play happen. 21 minutes in game, we're truly going to begin to starve out of these bases that we've been on for, at this point, an extended period, realistically. Man, it's always fights like this where I feel like the Colossus are just out doing their own thing. Like, the Colossus, one was hitting a single ghost on the left, one was hitting the command center on the right. If all of those Colossus hit the center of that bio, do we not just see so much more die? I really feel as though this is something that we see a lot of the time where the pros, I'm sure, there's a lot of things going on and it's not easy. But it feels like the value of just getting the Colossus to hit the bio units that are abandoned would just go such a long way. I guess the issue is if you right-click the Colossus onto something, it dies instantly, and then you have to right-click it again. So I guess you'd have to, like, spam shift-click the Colossus on just a bunch of different units and just hope that they don't bow out. It's probably much more... The reason I'm probably pointing out so frequently in these games is probably because it's very difficult to actually do correctly and to make it work in your favor. Showtime is maxed out. Clem, on half the work count, has been expanding to the 12 o'clock, so that's been there for a long time, standing as a planetary. He's re-expanded to the right side. As Showtime meets this army, gets rid of a medevac instantly. Good movement by Showtime. And Clem actually going to bring everything else across here because he's realizing, uh-oh, this is actually Showtime's entire force. Showtime making a push through, but I don't think he wants to actually engage into a planetary fortress. I think that is asking a little bit too much of this force. One Colossus going down. And the Vikings, if they get reach, can do so much as Showtime stops to warp in a couple of additional Zealots. Step back once again. Marine Marauder Ghost continue to come online. We've got ourselves a couple extra cannons and the Colossus coming through. With the warp in of a Stalker coming about right here. The army continues to spread. Stalkers blink up a little bit of the Marine Marauder taking damage. The Vikings are going to come back the other direction. One Stalker going down. A Colossus will turn. We see one Colossus is just now going down. The Zealots will continue to charge up also here. Is this good enough for Showtime to continue into? I keep getting these visions of just he's charging into this choke point, the Zealots disappear, and everything behind just melts away, and all the hard work he puts into this game falls apart in a couple of seconds. The thing is, it's like Clem is taking that right side base. Showtime's got a lot of base to work with himself. This fight's interesting. We're actually getting rid of some of the ghosts initially. A couple of mortals mixed in here doing well, but again, as soon as those Zealots go down, it's going to be concern time. Extra Zealots showing up, but now do we have enough buffer behind? Again, we need some kind of splash damage. There's no point having the Zealots. These two parts of the army go hand in hand. You need the Zealots to protect the splash. You need the splash to do something behind the Zealots. Showtime will lose the upper left. Still manning off that bottom right side. This is maybe the kind of moment where actually a warp in up here would have been huge. Like, if 6 Zealots hit this mineral line, that's just an evacuation. Clem has everything in this game poised to the upper left. If Showtime could just find it, it's difficult because obviously it's, you're constantly trading here. It feels like you constantly need more Zealots into the army fight. But if you could just find that warp and the value from it, in fact, there it is right there. Some Zealots actually show up, so Showtime finds exactly what I want him to. And Clem has got a really good position around the corner. It allows the Colossus to be exposed to the Vikings. but he did lose a lot. And with the SCVs going down 2, Showtime is going to end up taking a game 1 of this best of 3. And Showtime battles his way to a 1-0 lead in this quarterfinal after an incredible game of StarCraft 2. Really is some peak StarCraft right there. Really awesome TVP, back and forth battle. Game 2 going to be coming straight up on Amygdala. Hero already 2-0 over Classic, advances through to the semis. Lemon took a map off MaxPax. Look at Lemon go today. He'll lose in the round of 16, but a map of MaxPax is very fun. And Björn has taken one map of Creator, but Creator got the series win. So Creator plays MaxPax, the winner of that plays Hero in the semis. So that section of the bracket continues to develop. We finally got results in as Milky Cow 2-1 over Nice. Advanced on forward. He will play against Solar. Shin is playing against Skillers at the same time. That is the section of the bracket that eventually will lead into the winner of CLEM and Showtime. So that's where we're at with all of that. We'll obviously be looking to catch both the semifinals today as well, here in WardiTV Mondays 29. Awesome game of StarCraft 2. As we head into our second game, down a game in the bottom left-hand side will be the blue Terran player. From Team Liquid, we have CLEM. And in the top right, our red Protoss is Showtime, battles his way to the 1-0 lead in this series. We'd love to see it. If you guys are enjoying the games, do consider supporting, help make more games and tournaments like this happen. Obviously, it is 35% of gifted subs. Today is the final day of that, so make advantage of it while you can. If you plan on gifting some subs, today would be the day to do so. I believe it's from 5 if you want to give 5 or more. Of course, all the other ways of supporting go a long way, and specifically if you want to support the tournaments, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of your pledges on Patreon go directly into StarCraft 2 tournament prize pools for tournaments that we run. So if you would like to support the channel and support the tournaments and see more matches just like this, do check out the Patreon page, because like I said, it's a fantastic way to support, and it's consistent support as well, which is really good because it lets us plan ahead a little bit in what we're putting money into and what we can afford to run, etc., etc. Malkosis 666 with the 10 gifted subs going out to Harlanovich. Watermelon SC2, Wangwei 1996, Oni 1313, Mojo 308, Doko BG, Val Harry, Blank 444, Tibidi 59, and Barnacle Bob. Thank you so much, Narcosis, for the 10 gifted subs. Some love in the chat, please. Thank you so much for some gifted subs and taking advantage of the 35% off offer. We appreciate it. We are actually on a roll back up towards 700 subs, hoping to keep that going through the Spring Championship this coming month. So again, if you want to support, it's really appreciated. But for now, back to this series, because we are going to have things to talk about here in this best of. I mean, Game 2, CLEM is down a map. If Showtime wins this, we will have 3 players that will be Protoss in the round of 4. Potential PvZ round of 4 as well. I mean, I think Showtime's been playing some fun PvZ lately. He'd play on likely against Shin or Solar. Now, obviously, Shin could lose to Skillers. Solar could lose to Milky Cow maybe, but I think there's a good chance the winner of this plays a Zerg in the semifinals. As we do have our probe pulling back to the natural for the moment. So we pull back over here. We settle down. Game 2 of this best of 3 series. SCV coming about, the Hellion as well. We had a couple more Marines on in there. Put the starport in as well. It's going to be finishing very shortly. At Twilight Council about to finish up. A couple of additional gateways coming online. Had some probes on. Stalker coming through. The Marines is going to hit the hallucination, which flies by into the natural for a few moments. The Marine's going to get underneath. The hallucination going to get shot at once more. Taking a little bit more damage again for the moment. I always find it crazy coming out of a long game like that and just resetting to your early game and getting this underway. And the hallucination of Showtime spots the drop of CLEM coming across the map, by the way, so CLEM isn't gonna, We've seen that this is Marines in here. There is one Widow Mine as well, so... I'm just double checking, sees it lifted up again, force it to unload one more time. Does Clem want to try and commit across the map? Showtime. He's going to try and guess where Clem will redirect to. He's going to move upwards, and he's going to be in a perfect spot to intercept the medevac. Clem has to turn it away. Even gets a shot on the medevac, which is really nice. Tries to come in from this side, and there's two Stalkers here as well. Showtime's movement is fantastic so far. Tracking this medevac as though it's got a revelation on top of it. There is no such thing. Blink finishing very shortly. Clem's attempted harassment here goes absolutely nowhere early on. Only able to unload in order to protect itself from a hallucination of all things. Marines collect back over, the Stalkers moving underneath. That is, yep, that's a dead medevac. So, medevac goes down. At the very least, the Marines are heading home, but now they're going to get intercepted. However, a couple of Stalkers will take some shots, but Blink is pretty powerful. And now, ooh, Blink forward here, pull back, get those hurt Stalkers away. The tank is set up. I feel like Showtime's like, man, I feel like I've got enough to kind of make something happen, but a second tank getting ready. Hallucination will see everything as tanks will start a siege. Showtime had to make a decision there. Did he want to try and make this happen? I think he's right to say no. I don't try and make this happen right here and now. I've had a good start to this game. Let's just take this good start and roll with it. There's no need to force the issue in this very moment as the Liberator gets denied too. Man, Clem going to be getting a little bit flustered here. I feel like he's very rare. Clem plays a game where not really much happens. As Showtime's going to make a blink into the main, or does he? He makes it look like he wanted to, and the Prism finally got there for high ground vision. The Hallucination saw the movement of the army, though. I was going to say the blink into the main would have been really nice. As we blink in, get one siege tank. We're going to try and reach for two. We're never going to get there, though, and that's too many Marines. The Prism goes down as well. This was not it from Showtime. At least he will get the Liberator as he escapes with a few of these Stalkers. Disaster, really, because you give that Prism up for no real reason. I actually think the better play would have still been to blink in the main. The only problem was he really showed his hand too soon. Clem was not prepared for the blink in the main. And it's so frustrating to be like, you know, it feels bad to kind of do it late when it's like, oh, well, surely now he knows. I actually think he could have blinked in, got the stim pack. I don't think the Clem split was looking good enough at first. Yeah. Well, those are the tough decisions you got to make throughout this as stim pack will finish shortly. And Showtime gets charge coming up. 5 more gates. That Robo Bay begins. Third Nexus has come up during this. Clem's third CC building up in the natural so he can move that across as soon as it is ready to go in the near future. I think he could have took out Stim. I think he could have absolutely took out Stim. The problem Showtime is taking out Stim worth it if your opponent is going to kill a lot of your units. I think what Showtime saw was Clem split to defend in the main and also to kind of get rid of the units if they try to blink away back to the low ground. I think that's scary for Showtime, because for him, then he's extremely committed to the main base. Then there's no real easy out. And if you don't have an easy out, going into that main base in the first place is very difficult. Like, it's all well and good blinking into the main if your opponent's just walking over to defend the main. But seeing that he was splitting units, and it looked as though Clem was confident he would catch these Stalkers leaving, if not, you know, them being in the main base, I actually think it was still okay for Showtime. But yeah, you've got to think, making those decisions in the moment, you've got to think about, again, just what you feel like is on the line when you make that commitment. In this case, Showtime said, this is not a free blink in. Like, I'm going to get punished for it. And that's why he doesn't go for it. This nation starts up. We're just going to send the Zealot down to the watchtower. And we warped in a few more Zealots. The Colossus nearby as we're going to take a few steps forward. Viking Marine Marauder coming up. Concussive Shells and the +1 attack upgrade coming through as well. We do have the Zealot taking a couple of shots. Our Stalker's trying to step through. The Marauder will go down. +1/+1 coming about. Exenothermal Lance halfway done. Our Hallucination gets taken out as well. CC building, missile turret, sensor tower coming up. We get the refineries coming through from Clem as well. We continue to bring that in. The Stalker stepping forward will just blink away from that Widow Mine. So that gets pulled back, that gets peeled away from. And these few Stalkers are going to step up as well. It's going to be seeing another Wouldn't mind attempt, does not go really anywhere. Dark Shrine coming up, extra zealots on the way in. Had that prism on, the 1-1 upgrade's coming about. Showtime is looking for the position forwards here. There's a couple Colossus staying at bay as well. I like it. Just a couple force fields, stop the units kind of away, give the Colossus a chance to fire from afar. Again, already starting to take those bases around the map. The 12 o'clock will be one of the next targets, I imagine, for Showtime. I wonder if he wants to try and take the gold, especially right now. You own a lot of the map control yourself, right? So taking the gold base in this moment would be potentially good because CLEM does not have an easy way to get to the middle of the map and to punish it. The only problem is you'd have to pull back and deal with the rocks, and deal with the rocks takes some time, and I think Showtime feels the need to stay pressuring here. What'll be interesting is I don't think Showtime's going to deny the fourth as easily this game, because I think CLEM will take the gold, and then maybe CLEM, or maybe Showtime, having to deal with the gold of his opponent is going to have a bit more of a struggle. I guess he could maybe take the middle of the map and just attack from behind with the Colossus, stop it from mining. I do like it. So he took out the rocks on either side. It's going to give him more swing potential. We saw in the last game he had to swing from left to right multiple times over to realistically make plays in the end. That was a pretty big deal as the CC lands. Shadow Stride's still coming up. The 2-2 upgrades are on the way on both sides. It is leading for Showtime. Prism will get into the main base and should be able to dodge the missile turret as well. For the moment, DTs have revealed themselves already by swiping once or twice here. Oh, dodges the EMP! Showtime with the play. Gets rid of the missile turret, forces the scan. SCVs will begin to go down, so fairly successful little bit of DT play here. For SCVs, Prism just about lives on 1 HP as well. Okay, I actually thought it was going to be a little bit better than that for Showtime, but I was kind of hyped up just honestly off of the EMP dodge at first. That alone was cool. It's much faster to the DTs this time. We never really saw the DTs be a big thing last game, but when he got towards them, it was much later on. Having the DTs earlier here should allow Showtime to create some more harassing opportunities a little bit earlier in the game, and just use it as another tool to try and keep CLEM back, to keep CLEM in some more difficult positions overall. As those couple of Widow Mines set up, these Zealots are going to cross themselves over. The Widow Mines go down. We make a play towards this mineral line. The Vikings are just going to aggressively hunt the Colossus, but CLEM respects the Stalkers. I actually don't know if he should. There's only like 7-8 Stalkers there. I actually think that's enough Vikings just to fly through and get rid of the Colossus. But that's a risk, and again, something you have to kind of weigh up kind of in that moment. In the moment, it's usually better to keep the Vikings safe than just to fly them in and just presume you have enough, right? Zealots stepping through, the Stalkers coming about, the Vikings going to get shot at, the bio continues over as well. A couple DTs still maneuvering around here and there. Sorry guys, a little FPS drop because I have to tap out to fix an admin thing quickly. We're obviously still on track. Yeah, my concern for Showtime this game is it's a very different game. This is CLEM, who is going to get to 5 bases, it seems. It's going to be very difficult to break through those 5 bases. He's going to start getting libs out. So how does Showtime want to play this? Does he want to still try and play a very active army and just let CLEM have 5 bases and then try and deny him from there? Or do you want to maybe play into, like, is this the game where you go into the Fleet Beacon? And you set more up in towards that Stargate play already, perhaps? I think that has to be couple of things that we ask ourselves right now. Is Showtime right now might still have some, like, I can push in and do as I wish power? That's not going to last for very long, though. Is this going to be no Colossus going down? We do get a couple of Vikings, at least. So yeah, I think time is ticking for Showtime to be as aggressive as he's being. Zealot's in a good position again. Once more, we're going to use the Stalkers to try and deny the Vikings. This time we do lose one Colossus. Ghost in the front there, kind of trapped as well. No easy escape for him. He drops his final EMP. Showtime positioned here that he can always kind of show up and kind of be annoying onto this gold base. There's a tank nearby, but the Colossus obviously have good range. The SCVs have to stop mining immediately. And the Liberators will reveal themselves as well. Showtime about to tick on over to an upgrade lead once more in this game with the 3-3. As he starts the Fleet Beacon. So he's definitely respecting, okay, Liberators are coming out. That probably means a lot of Liberators are going to be coming out. The more Liberators that come out, the more I really need to respect that. The more I need to do something about it. Two more Stargates, like I say, so that Fleet Beacon will be busy. Showtime might want to take another couple gases here. He has got the bottom right base of gas coming up. Just looking at, he doesn't have a lot of gas bank compared to everything else, so it might just be a good time to get a couple more of those up and rolling and to start building up that gas bank, because otherwise the only thing you're going to be able to build here is going to be Zealots, and they can only do so much. I wonder as well, especially as Liberators come online, if it's ever just worth saying, hey look, we need to kind of start getting towards Storm as well. Because there's got to be a point, right, where you look at this and you're just like, you know what, yeah, this is extremely difficult for me to continue to commit to, as we're actually going to pop the Guardian Shield to break down this planetary fortress defense and break into this position. There's got to be a point as well where it's like Storm would just do so well for you, right? They can, you know, Storm can work against the Vikings, it can work against the Libs. It just feels like such a natural accompaniment to the air units as well for Showtime. As CLEM goes instantly into rebuilding this location, but 4 Colossus can shoot that down again if they would like to. Those Liberators still sieging up once more, as we will have Colossus able to get the cancel. Of course, Showtime is still taking the map. So often we see both corner bases being taken by a Protoss, and again, that's a lot of the benefit of having been super active in this game, as CLEM sits back and plays a much more defensive setup in a much more slower situation. Couple Zealots. We got a few shots. Have our Bioforce going one way and the other. Temple Archives coming up. A couple Tempests coming through. Again, DT and the Oracle coming in as well. +1 air weapons and the shields. Very much so coming online as the Liberators will go and siege across over to the left side. We've seen a couple of those Storms going down already. Liberator getting shot down as well. And the Vikings will go after the Colossus. Disrupt a shot. Pulls back once again. We're going to see the Colossus continue to just melt here. CLEM taking a fantastic fight. As Showtime just gets bullied away from that top left. I mean, you can't fight against the Liberators or in the Liberator zones. And yeah, Showtime loses a lot. This is the long-term concern, is that, again, the bank is just not endless for Showtime, especially in terms of gas. He did start to take some of the additional assimilators. The resources lost is already trending towards CLEM's favor, and so if CLEM just gets to mine every base that Showtime mines, Showtime can't let that happen. Like, eventually Showtime has to mine some bases of CLEM's, or he has to just not let CLEM get to some of those bases. And the general trend of this game so far is that's just not how this is happening. Now, Showtime has time to make this work. He has time to, you know, take some good fights for himself still. But there is definitely a goal and something of a timeline on that goal that has to be met here. Otherwise, we're just going to be in trouble. And of course, we get to this point where Showtime has to take this very methodically, because you have to find a way to break through CLEM in a very slow manner. Like, you can't just go and just be like, right, I'm going to attack here, DT's there, and we're good. CLEM is extremely well set up. Sensor towers around the map. This is interesting, because this is essentially going to be a base for a base. And I guess the Liberators can't fight the cannons, but the Bio units over here should be able to. As the Liberators siege up to stop Warpins from helping. But yeah, we lose the top left-hand side. CLEM will now try and take the 6 o'clock. So this might just be him saying, okay, you get rid of that base for me, but I'll take a base elsewhere. Again, the big difference in this game that wasn't here last time is CLEM has bases upon bases. He has orbitals to spare, so he can replace bases very quickly. And that's something that just didn't exist last time. Last time he had to lift his main base up to try and relocate a 5th, right? This game, he's got a 5th base, he's got a 6th base, and he's got 3 command centers ready to replace those bases if they go down at a moment's notice. So, a completely different scenario that you're playing from here, and like I say, we've obviously got different units too, but the Tempest a little bit in the front. There is that Storm I talked about. We did add that on. Like I say, I think it's just an accompaniment that you need at this stage. You have to have those available. There's going to be a constant check to see how you can make this work, because you're going to have to keep on splitting these units up. If a High Templar was a bit further forward there, could have maybe stormed the choke point, stopped the Bio coming through, and that may have been a planetary kill. Showtime continues to poke this left-hand side, still constantly just forever out of gas. Spending so much of that. I mean, 3 more Tempests are on the way up. CLEM continue to build into the air army of his own, additional Vikings, plus 3 ship weapons as well. So he really will have all of the power possible to potentially work his way through that. Plus 2 air weapons coming through. Plus 2 shields coming up. Yeah, Showtime obviously not completely disregarding his own upgrades. Understands the need to keep those progressing as this game continues. So we'll not go away from that at all just yet, as again, Viking Liberator count is looking very good. This army is absolutely looking fantastic. As push up the right-hand side, a little bit of bio goes. Going to hit this base, and this time it's Showtime. He's completely unawares. Loses the potential to recall with the EMP coming down. And just a lot of control in the bottom right being lost for Showtime. Again, obviously his army's been focusing on this left-hand side, so I guess that does make some good sense. His Liberator is going to try and siege up to scare the ground army back. We will have a couple of storms coming through. Showtime losing 15 probes. There's still not really an answer to this army. Showtime is just kind of presumed that Clem would stop attacking. The gold base is going to go down too. Genuinely concerned for Showtime because I think he's losing bases that he can't... like, he's got some bases still mining, but he needs some of these other bases to be mining too. Otherwise, this becomes too difficult. And right now, Showtime is finally going to collapse in on this army. What can we clean up? We're going to try and shoot down the medevacs. We get rid of one. That'll be about it, which... yeah, obviously could have been better. I like him just leaving an observer down here this time around. A couple of ghosts get picked off there. We're just left in the mix. And again, Showtime going to struggle to build more because assimilators and gas seem to be an issue. He starts up another assimilator top left-hand side. Like I say, Showtime plays a lot of the top left. Clem starts to expand to the bottom right. And that expansion to the bottom right is going to make life difficult too. So let's come across, continue to gather together. As our Colossus are going to start firing through the Stalkers and the Sentries. Actually going to be able to help out enough, and that Planetary Fortress will go down, plus a bunch of the SCVs. Uh-oh, Tempest's going to have to run away here. They're a little bit separated. Good Storm going to warn off the Vikings a little bit. We do lose one of those High Templar to the Liberator that got sieged up. I like these forward cannons and batteries from Showtime, giving him a defensive place to fall back to. That's still realistically close to where the Terran is playing from. The only issue being that as this game goes by, this left-hand side of the map becomes less important for Showtime because obviously Showtime would like to be in a position where he can obviously defend his bases, but for Showtime it's much more about attacking bases and denying bases of Clem. Or at least it has been. I mean, I guess this is always going to be nice if Clem tries to push the top left. Oh, that was a nice EMP. The Ghost cloaks up, finds a bunch of the High Templar there with an EMP. Do we have a follow-up? I don't think so. But, yeah, resources lost where we're at. Still about a 5 to 6k difference. So the last few fights, the last, like, thousands of resources have traded fairly evenly. So if Showtime can maintain that, then that is great. Because right now, both players are mining both sides of the map. Eventually, Showtime would have to find still some more value, though. And, of course, these stacked defense structures are investments as well. Those don't come cheaply. So those are all problems that we have to try and figure out and work through here as the Tempests gather up. The Zealots and the Archon join together. And stem to the upper left-hand side. I mean, there's a good few cannons here, but cannons alone will not do it. The cannons are just buying you time to successfully recall. And we are going to see a flanking force. Prism just on its own accord just kind of comes through. We've obviously lost a lot of harassing potential from Showtime. He's not really been that aggressive on the other side of the map for a long time. I think he just felt as though maybe the moment had gone. You know, at one point he sent Zealots here and that didn't do much. I actually think counterattacks had a lot of potential in this game still. Clem has really lost out on the value of defense on the bottom side of the map, so a little counterattack here and there maybe could find a lot still. Liberator's siege and the Tempest continue to press through. Gonna have a couple of Liberators just on their own here. Gonna have to unsiege as Showtime not allowed to take this base. This is a problem because Clem is now holding both sides of the map and Showtime is not. Showtime, I mean, obviously mined a lot of this base anyways, but if we're going to get down to the nitty-gritty parts of this game, every base is going to count, and having a few resources left here to mine is going to become essential to, you know, mine up. I mean, there's thousands of gas left on this base. Bottom right, it's one Liberator and a Planetary Fortress, and the fact that we can kind of scare Showtime just with that so far is kind of crazy. This is just an Orbital and a Liberator, so that can absolutely be coming under fire as well. Oh, the Tempests in the front again. Got to be so careful with those. They always want to be kiting back and finding safety. Storm's coming through as Clem feels like he's got a surround on this army. It's going to work out. The High Templars top right just stood AFK for a few moments, and they do not get to Storm. So much of their energy just being lost as the Vikings will continue. A couple Colossus trying to help. Showtime is attacking the bottom right base at the same time. It looks like he might have a defense here. He's pushing this away. I actually don't think we should be chasing, though. The Vikings are still very much so there. It's DT's out in the bottom right, and does this just go base for base? Or, I mean, I actually think Showtime should take another base. This is still just a Liberator and an Orbital. I mean, you might not get the base, but you could, at the very least, you could kill the Liberator. I actually think heading there would not have been a bad idea. There's a few units that start ahead there from CLEM, who comes out down in supply, but he's got more money banked, so he's got more money able to rebuild with straight away. This resources lost trade is still about even. I'm saying even. Obviously, again, early in this game, it was 5,000 resources worse off for Showtime. It's still at about that sort of level as he moves here now, but I think this was a little bit too late. If you wanted to go there, I think going there immediately would have been the play. Showtime, obviously, his army reset in a big way, too. Tempest count really heavily brought down. Trying to get High Templars rewarped in, man. I wonder what would happen if those 3 High Templars in the top right of the fight and the top left would have actually been able to storm us. So Showtime tries to take the Nexus that CLEM was mining from moments ago. So again, competition over bases. It's interesting because the longer that goes on, Showtime obviously still needs to mine the top left, so he needs to protect up here. But the more time that passes, the less value he has in trying to deny this base of CLEM, because the more bases or the more resources CLEM's already had off of it. And then the more important is to deny that bottom right-hand base, where you really don't want CLEM to have that mineral line mined out. Like, that bottom right base is the one that's been mined out the least so far. That might be what this game comes down to, is we're 26 minutes in on Amygdala. Like, this is a duel of the late game between these two. An Oracle flies in, drops the Revelation, but is sacrificed. Again, that's expensive in this moment. You can see it's getting weird for Showtime because he finally has more gas than he has minerals, and that's been kind of a factor that we've been talking about all game long. As this Disruptor shot will not go off. I'm just with a few too many units here, and we talked about the importance of that base as well from Showtime, because it has a lot of resources still left on it, so we kind of do need to come through and succeed. As we can't really escape with these medevacs, though, this is a very good trade for CLEM. He's actually going to clean up so many units here. Sorry, for Showtime, he's going to clean up so many units here. And actually, there's no defense on this base now either, so Showtime gets to continue through and can potentially get quite a few of these SCVs, so problems for CLEM as we continue to try and position and fight in the top left-hand side. The storm coming down, Vikings and Libs getting hit. Again, Showtime's going to be caught in the same problem he's had previously in this position, which is that he's just getting clumped up into the corner. He's got to just drop storms wherever he can. He hits a big one on the bio to the right-hand side. CLEM's supply has plummeted. Showtime might have been backed into a corner, but he stands his ground, and he is still making work on the bottom. This Zealot Stalker Force is yet to find opposition. One Liberator won't do it. If Showtime's watching here, he can get rid of that Liberator super easily. Finally, a better set of reinforcements coming over, and this might be the time to retreat away. And Showtime's going to get all of that damage done without losing anything in comparison. Showtime is on an 18 series losing streak to CLEM. He's not beaten him in about 2 years of competitive play. But he just took a major step towards maybe making it happen here. CLEM's got 24 SCVs. Gold mineral line mining out. He's just scanned the entirety of the map, trying to figure out what bases Showtime has and what his income situation is, because he needs to figure out what play he needs to make right now. Can he get away with playing passively? Does he need to go all out? That's what those scans are telling CLEM. As Showtime shows up here, and again, this ping-ponging is finally having a much more serious effect, and that's just the fact that CLEM is being broken down a little bit now. There's not enough to stop these Zealots from coming through. A High Temple has a Storm available. CLEM's clumped up. He does not have the EMPs he needs either. As Showtime continues to push forward, the Orbital has to lift. He sends that Storm forward as well. Orbital goes down. A couple of Archons and the Zealots will begin work on the Planetary Fortress. On the right side, Showtime will lose a base. This one will go down, but he's got an army over here. And the fact his army's not being stopped on the other side suggests, I think, he's going to be okay, because he's going to turn around, get rid of this planetary. He can hold his position. There's not enough tech from CLEM to fight this. All of his tech's actually on the other side of the map. But it's misplaced. Like, these Vikings have no place in this army. And now Showtime pushes back against this, and CLEM is reduced down to what? His main, a couple of orbitals, and this 6 o'clock position. That is all that CLEM has left, as Showtime has been chipping away at the defense forever. All game long, 15 plus minutes, he's been going and going and going. I mean, honestly, since like minute 10 probably, it's more closer towards 20 minutes of him just trying to be the aggressor, chipping away, and it's finally really paying off for him. He finds the orbital bottom left. This is the only mining base of CLEM at this point in the game, and it is going to burn down unless the SCVs turn. But the SCVs get pushed off. Showtime, I think, realizing he'd rather try and take a bigger fight, but he eats an EMP. He needs the rest of his army to show up as he wants to make one final blow happen right here and now. Here we go from 2 different angles. The Archons are going to get EMP'd, though. The High Templar are clumped. Can they find the Storms? They get EMP'd. And Showtime did not find the fight he was looking for there. Has to take a moment. The EMPs were good enough to make Showtime think twice, and Clem survives. But he has no income. 0 mineral income, 0 gas income. He has only got the army he's got. It doesn't get any better for Clem. He has to win it with this army. There's no other option at this point from Clem. He just has to win it with what he has. Which means that Showtime maybe doesn't need to be as aggressive. Gets rid of 2 Liberators. Gets rid of 3! A Viking as well. The Liberator count going down. That's one of the things that was powerful for Clem. Could have done a lot. A Ghost walks into a cannon or 2 or 5. And that goes down as well. We're going to try and get an EM snipe off. We do get a High Templar, but Showtime is up 70 supply in this game. And it looks as though Showtime is on the verge of victory here in this best of 3. Like I say, we're breaking a long losing streak he's had against Clem. And he does it in pretty spectacular fashion. This wasn't cheesy. This wasn't Clem just making a couple little mistakes. This was hard-fought, drawn-out, long macro games. Well played, says Clem, as Showtime takes the 2-0 with 30 minutes on the board here on Amygdala. Wow. What a series here in WardiTV Mondays 29 for Showtime to advance through to the semi-finals, knocking Clem out of contention today. Showtime advances, and that also qualifies Showtime into the WardiTV Spring Championship as well, so that's him no longer having to qualify through the qualifiers this week, so that's good news for him as well. As Showtime advances through, he will be playing the winner of Solar and Skillus, as Solar took out Milky Cow, and Skillus did take out Shin 2-1, so Skillus taking out Shin 2-1, will be playing up against Solar. Hero is still in for MaxPax and Creator, or did they just not report their result and start playing? I feel like they might have not reported their result and just started playing, to be honest. I do not see them. Let me have a look on some streams. Not sure. I think everyone else is in Solar Skillers, to be honest. Yeah, I just don't really see anyone, game or so. I mean, it'd be kind of crazy if Creator beat MaxPax, to be honest. No, Hero's not in game, so I guess MaxPax and Creator are just playing. I just don't have them on my friends list, apparently on NA. Alright guys, well, we will run some ads. Of course, great series here between Clem and Showtime. If you guys are enjoying all the usual, please like and subscribe on the YouTube. Got a lot of viewers on YouTube right now. Hit that like button. Show us that you're enjoying the games today. Help more people find these awesome games of StarCraft. Subscribe as well, Stephen will live with more awesome StarCraft here on the YouTube. Again, on Twitch, I'll mention that it is a special offer right now where there is 35% off gifted subs of 5 or more. So you guys can check that out as well. And we will get ourselves ready for more StarCraft 2 coming up. Alright, let's throw some ads on. What a great series. Awesome stuff. Alright, throw some ads on. We'll take a few moments here. Get ready to resume. How's everyone feeling? Alright. Yeah, we'll just take a few moments, guys. Looks like MaxPax just came out of game. MaxPax 2-1 over Kratos. Looks like they played quite a series, which means that MaxPax Hero will be able to begin on our semi-final. So we'll get that MaxPax Hero semi-final up and running. Get that underway. Skillers is up a game against Solar. Are we going to have a PvP fiesta, all Protoss in the top 4? It's on its way to that at the moment. As, yeah, MaxPax and Hero can begin, so we'll get this ready and get this PvP going ASAP here and continue our way through WardiTV Mondays 29 semi-finals time coming up in the very near future. Yeah, like I say, there is qualification into the Spring Championship available as well today. I think everybody else that's competing, though, is already won or already qualified. So yeah, Solar, Skillers already qualified. What can still happen, though, is that you can still have the first place finish being important. CLEM and Hero have already got Group Stage 2 invites, but there is another Group Stage 2 invite for the winner today, and then there will still be one more that will be based on... I'll do a calculation of who performed best over those 4 Mondays for that final Group Stage 2 invite, and we'll figure that out. So, yeah, we'll get that sorted. Or we could put that Group Stage 2 invite up into one of the qualifiers and just make one of the first qualifiers a little bit more powerful, a little bit more special. Possibilities. We wait for Hero to hop on over. Let me message him. Cool. So we'll get that ready to rumble. Alright, Heroes just hopped over, so we'll get this ready to go. 3CA games of Phoenix Wars, let's go. It does often end like that, so I guess buckle up tight and get ready to enjoy your Phoenixing. And maybe we'll see something a little bit different as we compete here. And this WardiTV Mondays again, edition 29. We should be able to confirm editions 30 through 33 coming soon, obviously starting next week in April. Don't think there's any reason for us to slow down yet. MaxPax lost in the finals last week after being not in the finals for about 4 weeks straight, so MaxPax had lost a little bit of his magic in the Mondays. Obviously, CLEM eliminated is fascinating too, because CLEM, through since edition 20, CLEM has won all but 2 of these tournaments. The other 2 that he won, he was in the finals of one of, and then he lost to Hero, and Hero won both of the others, so it's been a while. Has been a while. In fact, we've still not had a player win this event that's not called Hero, CLEM, or MaxPax since Trap won Edition 10. It's a little bit ridiculous. Like I say, great to see Showtime playing well today. We'll be seeing him in the semifinals very soon as we just get through the MaxPax Hero series coming up very soon. Alright guys, like I said, just waiting a couple moments, some videos being done here. MaxPax and Hero will be coming into play shortly. Get this all settled in. That short time CLEM series was really very good. It's really sick. Love it. Love it. Like I said, video shouldn't take too much longer here. Should just be a moment or so away from jumping into this PvP. And then, yeah, Solo and Skill is currently ongoing. If you want to watch that, it's on Cranky Ducklings at the moment, I believe. So you can check that out. Looks decent for Solo in Game 2, but it's a long way from being done as well. So a lot going on over there. Like I said, you can check that out and figure out what you're doing. Yeah, we just take a few moments while we wait for this setup. I mean, I already did my salad and everything as well, so don't have anything. I don't have any other sellouts to say. We've already sold out a little bit today. But yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on the solar skillless games. Figure that out and yeah. I'm just gonna run another round of ads, guys, just while we're waiting. Help support the stream, and we've got a lot of tournaments coming up. We want to try and fund as many of them as possible, so run that as well, because we're literally just waiting for the players. Not much else to do right now until they sort themselves out, so just wait for that. Take a few moments. Like I say, hopefully we can kick this off properly in a little bit here, get back on track and get back underway. Gonna wait as long as possible, aren't they? Longest video ever between MaxPax and here. It's been like 6 minutes. That's okay. Sometimes videos take a little bit of time, guys. Sometimes we need to take. Just be calm and patient. Looks like Solar and Skillless have come out of game. I actually didn't see the end of it. I was tabbed away. Alright, MaxPax lobby is coming up now, guys. We should be able to jump into the semi-final. Thanks for your patience. I was also getting impatient. I was ready to go. You know, I was ready to watch. One between Solo and Skillus. Alright, we are ready to go into the PvP. It is MaxPax and Hero in this semi-final. We should be good to go in just a sec here and go into this best of 3. Kind of cheering on the... I love Skillus, but kind of cheering on Solo because I would love to see a ZVP at least in the other semi-final. PvP, then PvZ, then PvP feels a lot better than PvPvPvP, you know? Feels a lot better. So, yeah. Alright, into Persephone we're gonna go to start off this series. MaxPax and Hero. Hero's had the better of MaxPax the few times recently. Feels like he's been able to keep on getting that little edge over MaxPax. Is that true? Is there some games I've been missing? MaxPax beat Hero last week in the semifinals. Yes, that makes sense. Hero beat MaxPax in March Madness. They've actually been trading series back and forth. I think I've just been... I think I'm just used to MaxPax being very dominant against Hero. And now that it's more back and forth, it feels like Hero's been getting the better of him. But it's actually just trading series, which is nice. Now we're back to a point of these two going back and forth with each other. It makes for some more interesting results. Although CLEM's already fallen out today, so we don't need a we don't need one of them to sacrifice themselves to CLEM in the finals. We just need one of them to come through and play against Showtime Solo or Skillus in the finals. That should be fun as well. We kick this one off and we get this one underway. Bottom left, our blue Protoss player here on Persephone. It's going to be MaxPax. And in the top left-hand corner of the map, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is Hero. Alright, PvP. And we see where we're going to go on Persephone. High ground, gates from both players, so no one going to try and... Yeah, I'm kind of actually excited to see what the plan is. Do we just see Stargate on Stargate? Then I get a little bit less excited. Phoenix versus Phoenix. Bro's a little bit old, but yeah, let's see what we get as... Probe coming through, pylon coming up. And there's going to be a little bit of a forward positioned structure here from Hero. There's MaxPax with the Stargate. Hero has the 2 Stalkers starting already. That takes up a lot of his gas. And with double gateway, obviously that is already a difference between the two players right from the get-go here. Probe of MaxPax pulls from the natural, pulls back the other way, goes to patrol over on this natural instead. And so just a little bit of back and forth for a few moments. Try and see what's going on. You can see that dead shading by. A couple stalkers coming about for the moment or two, just getting settled here. Gonna see that dev continue across. A couple stalkers gonna fire. Just gonna be seeing the pylon taking shots as well, as obviously this is where Hero has got the extra gateway already, so he puts some pressure on. Interesting because obviously MaxPax is going into the Stargate himself, and then Hero's gonna have the Stargate in a forward position, but then being built later. Obviously it'll be interesting to see if this Oracle does anything for MaxPax right now. If he just sends it straight across the map, it's going straight across the map, so that will go one way. He does have an Adept on the other side that's shading into the main base as well that Hero will have to contend with. There's the Oracle, and here's the Adept I'm talking about. Low HP that we've been fighting against. The Stalker actually intercepts the Oracle already. if we keep this busy enough, because Hero's also kind of pressuring into the front with 4 Stalkers. Like, he's breaking 3, he's going to get another Stalker kill. He's going to show up with an Oracle, and there's not really going to be anything to fight it. The Void Ray will start a Chrono Boost. You're going to have to pick and choose what you defend with and where. 2 probes going down on the other side. The Oracle's still active. The Adept annoying as well. The fact that the Adept and the Oracle here is so frustrating because you've got to pick and choose your defense. Kind of similar to what I'm saying that here MaxPax might have to do in a moment. As Hero comes in, now he will go and get himself a bunch of probes too. 4, 5 workers maybe. Should be 5. Oh, the battery there gained some energy, and so just 4 workers go down. Hero's going to be down 5 workers coming out of this, but still has an army supply advantage. As MaxPax begins a Phoenix behind this, but Hero just going to build a second Oracle, pull back, and get ready to go again, maybe. Twilight Council still very much so on the way up here. A few probes coming through. We actually have the Phoenix catching the Oracle and chasing it up the left side. As one Oracle died, so this is the second Oracle trying to play getaway. Twilight Council halfway done for Hero. It's going to be a little bit of a lead. MaxPax losing some Stalkers. Some probes. Hero's still behind about 4 workers in this game, but obviously that Oracle pushed back, and difficult for that Oracle to come into play now. Phoenix taking some damage, going to end up pulling back over. And you see our Stalkers coming through. The Oracle does find a way back over as well. Oracle just about getting away. The Void Ray coming through. The Stalker's going to get there, and that Oracle already getting picked up. And again, the Gateway coming about. Extra probes coming through. A lot of Stalkers warping in here from Hero, who again is way ahead on the Twilight Council. He's absolutely getting slaughtered back at home, though. He's losing so many probes. It's natural not mining. He's going to have to go long before the Twilight Council is ready with Blink, right? Or can we justify actually just sitting back here on less workers and then just waiting for Blink and then going? Yeah, Void Ray pulling back again. The gates being added on. The Blink coming through. As we do have a Stasis Ward out the front here as well for Hero to try and bait MaxPax into at some point. So Stalker again warped in. The Gateway about to be done. He did end up just waiting for Blink, so looking for the ability to have these Stalkers and being able to blink them back. Use the Revelation so you can see what he's about to fight into. Get the target fire set up nicely. MaxPax ready some defense. Still going with the Oracle on the other side. Oh, we just go in. Here we're going to just try and make this happen. Couple of probes going down. The Stalker's still getting shot at. The Void Ray activating the Prismatic Alignment gives it that extra DPS available here. Obviously, pulling the probes is smart because you can give up a lot of probes, and you know that because you're seeing the fact that your opponent has no natural mining, and you know you've killed a lot of workers as well. The Oracle has 12 kills on it, so yes, pull the probes. Give yourself as best a situation as you can do here, and just try and hold on because you know you're behind an army supply. Like, that's just a guarantee. An aggressive Stasis Ward like that a lot. Get rid of the probes. Don't let the probes set off the Stasis Ward would be ideal. And the probes do pull in. They do set it off. I mean, to be fair, so far Hero's doing very well. Blink not far from finishing from MaxPax, though, and that's going to level the playing field in the very near future. We're back up towards the top. That Void Ray is still active. I really feel like the Void Ray could have been taken down before now. I think there was an opportunity for that. Oh, he blinks into the Stasis! Massive mistake from MaxPax. Those Stalkers are going to be on Blink cooldown as well. Hero with the opportunity to punish MaxPax for that audacious move. That Stasis had been there a while, and Hero now, what does he want to do? Does he want to keep moving in? Yeah, he's just going to go for the pylon. He's going to go for production, and the Stalkers are still in the main. And now he's going to turn around. Well, is he? He wants to, in theory, turn around and jump onto those other Stalkers, I would think. Blink was on cooldown, so that's going to come off in a second here. Blink now available again. Hero still doing well for himself, obviously, and still now up in army supply. All these probes being pulled, and Hero looks as though he's done it, because now there's no mining for MaxPax. GG has to be called, and Hero is going to get it done. It looked dangerous. It looked as though he wasn't doing enough, but he is going to get himself the win. I think that Stasis would really turn things, just as MaxPax had Blink of his own. Hits the brick wall that says, no, that doesn't actually matter, because you basically just blinked into the stasis. You can't blink into stasis wards. That does not go well for you. GG's tied up not tied up, 1-0 lead, sorry, for Hero, as we'll head into game 2 here in just a second. We'll get this started off. Get this ready to go. MaxPax just in the replay for a second. He'll come out. We'll get this ready to rumble. Again, it is still showtime waiting in the other semi-final for either Skillus or Solar. Skillus Solar currently ongoing on the Cranky Ducklings channel. It's looking pretty okay for Solar, but he is up against Storm with mostly a Hydra Force. Looks like he just killed a 4th base. Let's jump over to this for a second while our next game gets going here. And just show you guys where we're at in this other quarterfinal that's going on. So these Hydras have been attacking Solar, just denied the 4th base. He's got a lot of good creep, and he's making the transition through to the Hive and the Lurker Den. So it looks as though Solar, I would say he's in an okay spot. I don't think he's won the game because Storms are going to be difficult to break through, and Skills can play defensively for a while. But as long as Skills, and Solar's also on 78 drones, so the economy looks pretty good for him, but no upgrades. So there's some positives and negatives here right now. I'm going to have to tab because it looks as though we hosted into this Hero set as Terran. So I'm going to have to go rejoin the game. Get that underway again. Alright, ley lines. Game number 2, the second attempt at hosting this one up. As Hero leads with a game advantage right now. Ready, asks MaxPax. Ready, says Hero. We will go. Jumping into ley lines. So, game number 2, and Hero has the edge in this series. I appreciate you guys coming out and hanging out with us. Let's go. Into the top right-hand corner, the Red Protoss player who is down a game. Looked like he might have had the defense in that last one, but gave it away in the Stasis Ward. It is going to be MaxPax in the upper right. And in the bottom left, that blue Protoss is Hero. Double gas, no surprises there to begin with. What do we think, guys? Cybercore coming through. It's a second gate from Hero. MaxPax still going to go for that one gate. Just kind of wondering what Hero will do. It was an interesting game because it was Stargate versus Stargate, but absolutely not in the conventional sense. In fact, it was anything but conventional overall. Which is kind of crazy to think back to. Let's just get those Cybercores coming in. And the Zeld coming around. Balance setting up at the front, a couple Stalkers in the Warp Gate coming online, a Stargate coming up as well. Continue to bring this through for the moment. Prop-tons are away, and a couple Stalkers coming through. And there's the Stargate from MaxPax, but I can't imagine you're going to see the same here on the side of Hero. Like last game we obviously saw him setting up the proxy Stargate, so what will it be this time for him? As The probe over here gets to 9. You'll just go straight to 2 sentries, so that's going to be where his gas goes to. So a couple sentries on the way. Now a couple of stalkers actually begin to move across the map as well. So I'm going to head on over to the other side. Let's talk a step up. A couple probes going to move around. So this is Hero just applying pressure once more, trying to find some value initially. Let's talk a step away. The Void Ray and the Twilight Council still very much so coming online. So we are going to see that faster Twilight from Hero again. Not going to be able to cause anywhere near as much chaos as what we saw last time. So the start is not going to be as chaotic, which probably gives MaxPax a much better chance of finding a defense here in this game. As we get the Stasis Ward. The Oracle is lingering and lurking. Actually took quite a bit of damage already. Some Stalkers and Sentries defensively able to put that Oracle low, make it a lot more difficult kind of moving through into the future. We do have additional Stalkers making their way across the map. So heading down to the bottom left. A Void Ray in the center as well. The Oracle of MaxPax peeling away over to the left-hand side. A couple of Stalkers of Hero gathering up also. And Blink on both sides. The probes coming up. Add a Gateway on from both players. And what are we going to do here? We're actually going to commit. Force fields go down. We're going to commit onto the Void Ray. Now the Oracle will show back up again. Void falls. The force field's interesting. They came in very early. I wonder if we could have Guardian shielded here and it might have been a bit better to protect the Stalkers a little more. We still ended up getting a couple of the Stalker kills though. Plus the Void Ray went down. Resources lost is going to be favoring MaxPax. 5 Stalkers to 2 plus the Void Ray. Probes on either side. Interesting state of the game. Obviously, Hero's going to have that blink that little bit sooner already. So we'll wander across the map. The pylon here, I'm not sure is going to be able to do too much. As Oracle will only be able to stasis ward if it wants to do anything. It just drops a Revelation instead. As Hero gets to the other side. Hero has right now the army supply lead, so definitely possibility here, potential. Going to find a pylon to chip at. Like I said, we're moments away from having blink, and so we're going to initiate this fight. Do not love the blink forward from Hero. It's in his aggressive nature to do that, but this is a moment where... yeah, I don't know. I feel like that is a moment where you just want to try and take advantage of the fact that you have blink and your opponent doesn't. Blink forward. I guess if the reinforcement didn't come through, then sure. But the reinforcement did come through, so there you go. We'll drop down a Dark Shrine that's halfway done from MaxPax. As currently Hero playing with no detection in the game. The Forge is going to be able to provide cannons. That's the only detection he has on the way at the moment. So that's a problem. If DTs pop out and they start coming in quickly, the only benefit right now is that there is not really any nearby warp in point. There's no way to easily or quickly get to the other side. Stasis coming down. The Stalkers are going to step over. We are going to be able to pick off this pylon of Hero. He will pop off that stasis as well. It's just going to activate that. Cannon on the way. So we have one cannon coming up on the natural. Is that the only cannon? Yeah, it's the only detection that we're getting to. DTs are not far from arriving. We need to start building more cannons like yesterday, basically. The only good thing is if these DTs walk into the natural and nowhere else, the cannon might have a chance. Robo Facility just started. I think this might be a GG from Hero because these DTs are going to start slicing and dicing probes. And they're going to see the chance to get the cannon. Cannon's actually going to finish. Can we save it? Force field to protect the cannon. Oh my god, we're actually gonna save it. Wow. Oh my, and those were the only 2 DTs. Now there's a pylon here, but that would be a slow warp in. Robo coming up. Cannon on the 3rd base starting. Holy goodness, what a save that was. MaxPax could have been in the main base and causing chaos because this main base would have never cleaned out the DT. He thought he could get the cannon, but Hero saving the cannon makes this extremely interesting. Oh my goodness. Okay, Stalker stepping through a Dark Templar. stepping up as well. We will see that Nexus and Pylon joining up. The Guardian Shield will pop. A few Stalkers stepping forward as a couple more Stalkers just warping into that mineral line. We are going to go toward the mineral line there and we get rid of a probe. We step back one more time. Stasis Ward. Not going to catch just yet. Okay, good blink forward from Hero. Ugh. He did the same thing that MaxPax did in the last game. He's like, first Stasis Ward popped. Perfect. I'm good now. No, you gotta respect the second stasis. This time I don't think it's going to be quite as deadly as Charge and +1 both coming up on the side of MaxPax. Additional Stalkers arriving here. As these few other Stalkers are going to actually come out of stasis and we're going to be okay. So we're going to be able to trade. We're going to force these Stalkers back. The Pylon goes down. Obviously DT's still a threat, but with cannons up, one DT here and there, I mean, you can still get in and get some probes, but then you would be giving up the DT. It's not necessarily always what you're looking for with the DT, so I don't think we're necessarily going to commit to that at the moment. As MaxPax has that 4th base finishing with the 71 probe count to the 64, and that is a big advantage right now. Hero adding on additional gateways again. Actually, Hero is already behind on gateways too, so actually Hero behind in multiple ways right now. Behind on the gateway count, which he's going to catch up on in a second, but the fact that MaxPax got there sooner is obviously concerned, plus he has more workers, and he has the 4th. MaxPax's game plan has definitely just brought him to a better point more quickly. As the Guardian Shield activates, we take down the Oracle, the couple of Zealots going down, the probes falling off as well. Over on the left-hand side, this Zealot going to come about from MaxPax too. It's going to be a nice scout, sees the forward base being taken, still sees where Hero will expand to for the 4th. I don't think Hero can fight here. I think this game is advantaged for MaxPax, but I don't think it's advantageous enough that Hero can't win. He just can't really do much right now. I think this is a game where if you just fall back as Hero, play a bit defensively yourself, you're going to catch up in a lot of ways quite quickly. In fact, the work count will even out, the 4th base comes online, your tech is coming through nicely, your upgrade will catch up. I think there's a lot of ways in which this game becomes very playable for Hero, but you're not going to make it playable by attacking into MaxPax in this moment. That just ain't a thing. So, yeah, I like the pullback. I like just kind of stepping away. Force these Zealots to recall. Everything else from MaxPax now going to try and take advantages. Defensively speaking, though, I mean, going up a ramp's going to be very tough. You're attacking into the Concave, into the Guardian Shield, potential force fields. Guardian Shield pops up from MaxPax there as Hero really, again, chasing aggressively. Man is never afraid of a fight. He does not have charge yet, so his Zealots really suck in comparison. What they can still do is try and stand in the front and take some damage, and obviously if Zealots charge in, they will be able to then hit Zealots back in return as well. The harassment opportunity is where I think MaxPax really excels too. Now multiple DTs looking to strike the main base. As Hero focuses on the defense, he's going to need a warp in here. If he doesn't have a warp in available, he's in trouble because these DTs are going to go straight onto the cannon, and this is a MaxPax just saying, cool, I've got map control, I'm keeping you busy at the front and making you look over here, and then boom, I'm going to start hitting you in the main base, I'm going to start dealing damage across the board elsewhere. As the prism goes down, so that's nice at least. This was still pretty significant as, yeah, the entire main base not currently mining, one DT still alive. Actually, I think a little bit just a stroke of fortune for Hero that he gets rid of the prism, because if those DTs had continued to move around, he would have really been able to continue to make Hero's life quite miserable. Now, MaxPax actually attacking into Hero still, I don't think is going that well for him. I mean, this is a moment where a lot of the game is caught up, and Hero's actually back in an okay spot. Cleaned up some DTs. His army supply looking great. MaxPax just started a +3 upgrade in a RoboBay that's not coming into play yet, and now Hero's going across the map. Observer in tow, so DT defense not available. Stasis Ward just fades, so that's not going to be a factor here. Immortals in the front is a scary proposition, because they are going to be very exposed, and there's a lot of Zealots here. So many of the Zealots of MaxPax are going across the map, but that means he's going to start losing this army fight. Great force field traps the Immortal in. Like I said, there was an Observer here, and it is still there as the DT goes down. DTs and Zealots show up on the other side. That might be the next location of a warp in for MaxPax, for Hero, because MaxPax does not have enough over here anyways. I don't think Hero needs a warp in on this side of the map, but he needs to defend and stop some of the damage on this side. The Zealots will charge up as the Robo facility begins being targeted. We're looking to get a win by denying observers and detection. I mean, MaxPax already pushed off of that 4th base mineral line. We continue to chase forwards here as Hero continue to try and fight. MaxPax now looking to utilize the fact that he built the Robo Bay Disruptor on the way. And one Disruptor change things at all? I really don't think so. 3 Immortals are very powerful in this army still. Remember that MaxPax's Immortals went down so quickly, and Hero can easily get rid of this Robo. He knows it's a priority because he sees the Robo Bay as well, right? And that tells you, okay, this is not just an Immortal popping out. It could be something much scarier. as we continue to press forwards here. Hero just diving into this natural. Do we have detection still from here? He's got 4 observers. There is one just stepping forward now, so it will catch up and get into range to help with these DTs. They blink forward just in time for the observer to show up and start killing them. Yeah, 30 army supply lead. Hero lost a lot of probes. That's not going to matter, because I just don't know if MaxPax ever finds the warp-ins here. A lot of his probes are now going to be long distancing, in fact just going down. And yeah, you're also just warping in worse units that are going to trade inefficiently because of the Archon, because of the Immortals, and so that's kind of cute. The Zealots here are going to sit around and basically force a cancel on the warp-ins. MaxPax is closing on +3 attack, but I just don't think he's going to be able to make that last... Well, he's going to make his army last long enough to get to that, in fact. The Stalker's blinking across. The couple of Zealots going down. We're going to turn onto the 3rd base, where we can start to chip through this Nexus. We warp in more Sentries, more Zealots. Game is called, and Hero takes an impressive 2-0 over MaxPax in the PvP. And Hero makes another WardiTV Monday final for himself. He'll be taking on the winner of Showtime versus Solar. That series coming up in a few moments' time. So we're going to get Showtime Solar on the way. That PvZ is next on the agenda for us, so we will get that going. Perfect, so Showtime and Solar. So it's going to be PvZ in our second semi-final. It's going to be Sandworm to start us off. This map's given us a lot of cool games lately already. Let's run the ads and get ready to head straight into the second semi-final of the day. Hero waits in the finals for Showtime or Solar. That's a fun final. Is that a final? I don't think any of those finals have ever happened in a WardiTV Monday. I don't think Solar's ever been in the final. I don't think Solar or Showtime have ever made it to a Monday final. Solar's been in the semifinals 4 of the last 6 weeks. I don't think Showtime's ever been in a semifinal either. Nope. Showtime's never even been top 4 before. Damn. Showtime. Solar. Showing up when it counts, huh? We're going to head straight on into this round of 4 matchup. Showtime, Solar, PvZ coming through. We're going to kick this off right now. We're going to get this one rolling. Alright, let's head into Sandworm. Into the bottom left-hand corner, we will start off this second semi-final. WardiTV Monday 29. It is going to be Showtime, our red Protoss in the bottom left, while in the upper right, our blue Zerg is Solar. Thank you again to Ian, who threw a big donation to help make this Monday Cup possible, because usually when we get the usual sponsors, OSC, Loco, and Winter for the Mondays, usually those guys give us enough money for 4 Mondays. No one really thought about the fact there was 5 Mondays in March, so yeah, we did not really account for that. Ian coming through, hero we need, helping us to fund this final Monday of the month. Hoping to bring you guys Mondays back for April, just need to confirm with people that we're going to keep doing it. And we'll get that going too as we have Sandworm coming up right now, getting this set up into game we roll for game number 1 of the best of 3. Showtime played some PvZs over the weekend against Lambo in the quarterfinals of the Boomer Bash. Was some cool games, but he let Lambo get the better of him. It'll be interesting to see how Showtime's typically very good defensive style stacks up against the very aggressive style of Solar. Solar's done a lot of 60 drone attacks, whether that's Hydra Ling, whether that's the Roach Ravager stuff, you know, you name it. If it's 60 drones, Solar's probably tried it out recently. So I'm very excited and interested to see how that works overall and how that pans out. Should be an interesting one. Probe coming back around again, the Cyber Core coming up. We have that Nexus on in there as well. Adept is going to Chrono Boost away, and do have a couple of Lings just chasing a Scouting Probe around as early game is going to be very standard for PvZ. We're going to see the Stargate starting up as well. Showtime against Lambo. On this map, actually played a Glaives the other day. In general, throughout the series, he played a mixture of Glaives and just typical Stargate into Blink styles, so if you're looking ahead to see, think what you might see from Showtime in this series, I would say those are pretty good indicators of what we might end up seeing. Obviously, Showtime wins this, we get a PvP final, him against Hero. If Solo wins this, it's going to be ZVP, him against Hero. I feel like it's a win either way. I'd love to see Showtime's PvP a little bit more. He had some fun PvP during the group stages of this event. Not this event, of our last event, the Boomer Bash. Yeah, I think it'd be fun. As we, get this going. Adept gonna start up. Let's see the couple of Adepts just gonna shade about. The Queen of the Lings there gonna come through. And Oracle moving about, a couple of Adepts coming over. Hatch about to finish, the extra drones coming about, the Oracle coming up. And Nexus building as well, so next in the pylon coming through here, the Queen is on the way. Just got ourselves settled down, a Spore Crawler being added on as well from Solar. There's the extra Queens and drones all coming online for the moment. Continue to bring this through. Oracle's going to just dive in, so our first little look of aggression here, Showtime. We'll try and find some harass, try and find some damage early. There's only one drone on that natural. Our second drone showed up, and the Spore Crawler came into place. We had to get one kill. It's not a bad start. As the Oracle will go for the Stasis Ward as well. We'll force the drones to pull to deal with that. Actually, takes the workers out of gas as well, so definitely slows down some of the build a little bit. This next Oracle trying to fly around on the left-hand side. Just keeping an eye on a couple of drones. Unable to do too much there just yet, because now the Twilight Council and Forge will go down in the main base as well. So we get a lot of that setting up. Stasis gonna finish, and that's a few drones and the Queen going to get caught. Again, Gateways, Twilight, and Forge continue to build up for the moment. So we continue to bring all of that through. As we just have the couple of Oracles flying into the main base and flying into that upper right-hand corner. Gathering together for the moment. So again, we get joined up. The Stasis Ward coming down. And try and catch some more of these units again. So just being as annoying as we can be. Keeping our opponent guessing and trying to figure out what's going on the entire way through this. Drone's just going to get caught in a Stasis Ward once again. It's just going to be seeing a little bit of a catch on that one. And a couple of Oracles moving through, the +1 and the Blink, making their way across. The couple of Oracles will come in. See what we can get done. As the Lings continue to move around. Got two drones just gonna get picked away at. Oracles coming over. That charge coming about, we just have ourselves a little bit of a move around. Queen's coming through, full base setting up. The Stalker's going to get rid of a little bit of creep spread. So a couple of creep teams going down, the Overlord also dropping here. The Oracles will drop another Revelation. Clean out a little bit more creep. Our Stalkers continue to move through to the center. A little push from Showtime so far. Soul's taking this gold base as well, which indicates that you are, able to be pushed into a little bit because it's quite far forward. The Oracles Some good stage sports catching a feeling so far, but the Hydra's out. It's scary because if those Hydras get the damage or the chance to deal enough damage, there's always going to be some opportunity as we continue through. And now pull away over to the side. So he's going to shoot. A couple of roaches getting shot at. Hydras and Queens gathering together. We still have +2 attack and Storm on the way about. High Templars coming online. The Circlings will step up and Stage Sword will catch just a couple of those Lings. Just going to get to the bottom. The Oracle will activate. A few of those Zerglings will get shot at, so we will be able to push those off of that building Nexus, and we are going to protect it. The Storm coming through, +2 attack as well. Have that Stargate and Fleet Beacon online, and again, the Nexus going to finish up very shortly as our Lurker Den completes. Additional Hydras on the way. Again, the Musco Augment's a part of this as well, so again, that Hydra speed coming up, plus Overlord speed, plus Seismic Spines. A lot of investment for the moment. Hydra's just going to shoot through the rocks, so they will go down. There's a little revelation dropping through there, and the Lurker's going to sit from afar, going to get rid of one of the Adepts. More of those Storms is going to drop down again. We do have ourselves the Ling Hydra getting pushed back once more. And so far, Showtime's defense looking reasonable, but with those Lurkers here, let's see how we continue. Can Solar, kind of brute force his way up a ramp at all? As the Tempest come out, we get a better answer to those Lurkers, and then the Spire is on the way, so Solar gets a better answer to the Tempest. And that's the procedure of tech that comes through right now. Another nice Storm, a few of the Zerglings going down. Showtime has some of the static defense already set up here, the cannons and so, to help keep other units at bay. The Lurkers will continue to just about get up to the high ground there. There's a couple of High Templar that have to be careful. Ling Hydra still trying to move through. A couple of the Hydras actually go darting forward immediately. And we continue to try and hold our ground. A couple more warp-ins. The Lings going down. Nice Storm onto the Hydras. End up lunging backward as here we go from all angles. Showtime feels like this is his moment to break on out of this. Good Storm onto a lot of the Roach Hydra. Coming down this ramp as well. The Lurk is going down. Showtime is going to successfully push Solar away. Solar now starting to build those Corruptors, as we mentioned, in answer to the Tempest starting to get set up ASAP here. All set up. We are going to see the Tempest flaring. A couple hits coming through. The Tempest going to hit. Queen's taking damage. And Tempest firing, just able to fight from afar. That's the power of these Tempests. We are going to be waiting for our chance to potentially make a bit of a bigger move, I would imagine, at some stage. Hydra Roach stepping forward, the Storm coming down. A few of the Lings getting hit, Corruptors getting shot at as well. Another Storm coming down, and the Lings still diving through. Seeing the Tempest and the Archons pulling back as well for a couple moments. High Temple will begin to build at Double Robo Facility on for Showtime. More Lurkers building up, the Archons and the Immortal coming through. Air weapons, +3 attack upgrade, Mothership all building. Again, come moving across as the few Zerglings step forward. The Nexus very nearly getting into some trouble there. Yeah, we will just see those lurkers burrowing up. A couple of the creep teamers still spreading around, picking their direction of position to move to. The Lings chase off a few Zealots as well. Nice storms coming up for a lot of the Corruptors. The problem is you need to still finish off those Corruptors. A couple of Archons will get to work, but can they do enough? Soul getting on top of that base. The Hydra's still charging up. The Corruptors clear out in the sky. Showtime supply is still fine. Got a lot of units split to the left, though, as the Corruptors are going to threaten a caustic spray in the main base. Going to go on that main Nexus, and that's probably a Nexus just going down. The Mothership is building from this Nexus. No! It's so close to finishing. We cancel it. And it's going to start building elsewhere. I mean, in this case, it would just spawned out into the Corruptors, I guess, so it wouldn't have been that great. As Stalkers will try and capitalize on just how many Corruptors there are and just get rid of some of them, clear those out. The Greater Spire comes in because Sola eventually would like to do something a bit more useful with these Corruptors than just fly them around. And eventually there's, going to be enough defense up that you're not just going to be able to pee on buildings to kill them off. Makes a big difference. Into the center. Still got the Mothership and the Oracle coming through. A couple of cannons added on as well. The Storm just goes up to that high ground. A couple of lurkers and chipped away at. Here comes the Ling Hydra coming over. The little Hydra dart forward and the Stalkers get pushed away. We'll get rid of the Oracle and we just see the rest of this Immortal Archon getting pushed back. And the Ling Hydra just gathers through. More Lings, melee upgrade, Spine Crawl's coming up. Just gonna see those Lings get knocked down as the Stalkers continue to fight and a couple of Hydras get pushed back. We'll be seeing the Storm coming down. A couple of Hydras getting grabbed. They're going to go running backward again as the Immortals able to get a good push up here. We have the detection to get rid of these lurkers. Storm on the drones. Now, there is going to be some trouble here for Showtime across the map as the Corruptors show up. He's actually dealing with those pretty well. The issue right now for Showtime is can he get these units out alive? But High Templar there's no way it's going to get out. So we're going to try and recall everything else. Looks as though it's mostly just that one Immortal that went down. Bad for Showtime. He continues to play some epic games of StarCraft 2 today. Played a great series against CLEM, now here against Solo. Already game 1 turned out to be quite the banger, I think we say. That's unfortunate though, those High Templars stepping into Lurker Fire is not ideal. Extra Lurkers just going to start up. We're now going to see Immortal in the front going to go down as well. The Zealot's going to try and get forward. The Corrupt is still very much so overhead. Zealot's going to start chasing. A couple Hydras push back the other direction. The cannon's getting jumped on. Plus 2 air weapons is on the way. The 6 Broodlords are building. Add on the +3 missile attack upgrade to that as well. Little Mothership and Archons just going to have to kite backwards here. Getting jumped on is kind of scary. This is why you want a Stormer, so to kind of be able to kind of force this army to look back and to pull back a little bit. Sometimes that is just necessary, and right now you're definitely feeling the need for something along those lines. Broodlord's getting some work done as the army tries to do damage across the map. Showtime trying to figure out where to go, but the Broods are an issue, and he's going to have to start building up some more Tempests to make sure we can actually deal with Broodlords in the long term. Showtime, not as much money in the bank as what Solar is currently working with, which is a bit of a difference between the two at the moment for sure. Like it's getting positioned onto this Nexus. It's going to be taking a lot more damage. We do see Hydro Corruptor coming about. I do think Showtime's just going to run out of the ability to rebuild stuff here. Kind of just started losing fights around the map. Was unable to play on the bottom. Unable to really do much on the top. Is going to blink forward. We're going to get rid of 2 Brood Lords. I mean, that's nice. Gets rid of 3. And again, there's just not enough follow-up from Showtime. And again, the base is going down. Only going to secure that feeling where you just are going to struggle to really find as much as you might need. This army's nice. And getting rid of the Broods gets rid of a lot of the defense against. I mean, Showtime's army's still good in size. Yeah, maybe there is a little bit of will still for him here. Storm onto the Lurkers from afar. We'll have some stacked defense to help. Obviously, the base trade should help to some extent as well as... Well, maybe I spoke a little too soon. I still like it a lot for Solar. I still think Solar should win this game, but it doesn't seem as impossible for Showtime as I was originally seeing. I think one of the big things is a lot of the supply for Solar is Corruptors that up in the sky just don't do anything right now. Hydras are just walking into their death as well. And those Immortals do so much. If we actually get those Immortals out of those Robo facilities, that would be huge if we could just finish up a couple more Immortals, although I guess they're walking straight into trouble. So it probably doesn't make that much of a difference, really. Showtime's currently going to pull back. He's expanding to a top left corner base. We put him on a base over his opponent. I really did speak too soon. The Storm's available too, and... Wow, Showtime... I really felt like Showtime was just losing so much. I didn't think a fight was really that plausible, but here we are. These last few Lurkers are going to go down, and then we can just really chase down the Corruptors after. It's taken us a long-ass time, though, to get onto those Lurkers. My goodness, we took so much damage there. That was messy for Showtime. He could have been so much cleaner, there's no doubt in my mind. This could have been a much easier situation. These Immortals and Zealots still moving through. Gonna drop one more Storm down onto the Lurker that was left over here. So this game is actually, I mean, like I say, the Corruptors are kind of the problem for Solar. We're not really in any kind of a position at the moment where these Corruptors can do very much. That's the plain simplicity of it. Like, they're kind of like, they're not dead weight, but they're not super useful weight when you look at the supplies. And so, considering Showtime's army is very well teched up and he's just reset the Lurker count, I think it's fair to say that Showtime's looking pretty darn good. He's going to fight these Lurkers again. He's going to win this fight convincingly. Immortals are good. Solar does not have the money to really go back into like Broodlords or so. That would be great, right? Could build some Broodlords right now. There's not a lot of anti-Broodlord army in play. Recalls up here, tries to save this Nexus. He loses it, but he gets quite a lot of the Corruptors. Now, Solar morphs another round of Lurkers. Showtime's only detection is 1 Oracle. But that's the power of kind of pushing back the Corruptors, because then that Oracle is going to be safer. Handful of Lurkers stepping up. A single Phoenix to try and come in. Revelation hits every single Lurker. So have Storms in the background as well, trying to get through. The Immortals just going to brute force their way onto these Lurkers. And I think they're good for Showtime. Of course, Corruptor's going to go top left and deny that base again. Showtime is only reminding the remnants of the third right now. Solar does have the bottom right, which is kind of huge, but he's going to lose this base here. Some units that spawn off this base will die instantly as well. And I think Showtime realizes as those drones pulled away, he was like, okay, I see where you're going to. I do like him standing here, though. I think killing these Hydras as they spawn is a fantastic idea. Letting those kind of join up with other units is not great. Is not going to see a few Zealots showing up. They're going to be important because they can absolutely tank for everything else right now. Stalker's blinking through, and Solar has to type GG. Showtime is going to get the first game victory. And a 1-0 lead for Showtime in this best of 3 is, man, he has been made to work for his game wins today. It has not been an easy route for him. But he's given us some actually just great StarCraft 2 from it, as we'll line up into a second game in a couple of moments. Fantastic stuff from Showtime. I did not really expect this one to end up the way that it did, quite frankly. So, GG, game 2. Coming up in a few moments. We get this hosted in just a couple of seconds. It's going to be Frostline for our second map. Alright, so heading into Frostline. Gogo and Ready says solo. The Wardy curse. I really felt like there was just a moment where, obviously I misread a little bit of the game. I put a little bit too much faith in the number that was there for solo, and I didn't really consider the fact that those corruptors were kind of dead weight. But it still got to be very close. I mean, I didn't expect Showtime to do so well across, because it felt like Showtime was losing across the map and then was getting sieged at home. And so it felt like in that moment it was like, but he was able to do very well. And we go into Frostline for game number 2 of the best of 3. Top right at Red Pearls player up a game. It's Showtime. Taking on the blue Zerg. In the bottom left, we have Solar. Man. Today's games have been great. I'm so glad we jumped into this section of the bracket. I'm so glad we ditched the Young Lemon series to go Showtime Bunny so that we guarantee to just follow this through. It's been amazing. Showtime always makes for great games. I actually really agree. I feel like it's very rare you watch a Showtime game and it's like, oh, that was disappointing. His style just makes the games look really good, right? Even when he's losing. The fact CLEM hadn't been Showtime in such a long time, Showtime hadn't been CLEM in such a long time, was so surprising to me as well, because I'm like, man, I swear, like, I get excited when I see Showtime CLEM, because I always feel like they're good games. And they are good games, just usually CLEM wins. A lot of moving about. 29 things, the Adept gonna get onto the map now. Showtime going Stargate, but I do wonder if there's a possibility that he goes like glaives off the Stargate. Mix it up for map 2. Well, the first game worked for him. You can't exactly say like it worked wonders. You know, it was a difficult game to win. But maybe difficult is just the route you have to take. Things will go after the Adept, which shades out to the center. Coming through. Queen's just going to be there. Oracle gets pushed the other way. A couple Lings get all the way into the main for a scout. You can see it's a Stargate right now. Don't think there's anything particular about this scout which is going to be super mesmerizing or super intriguing for the most part, honestly. And that Oracle just makes its way over to the left-hand side. I'm going to journey across and try to get into position to make something happen. Melee upgrade coming through, the Overlord coming about. Group team are coming in as well. Things gather. Again, the Twilight Gallants and the Forge coming up. A few extra probes coming through. And melee upgrade. It's going to be Bane Nest as well. It's just going to see Solar getting into those melee upgrades early. Going to play heavy on that Ling Bane. Showtime going to go charge on the opening. So charge is actually very good against Ling Bane. Now, obviously, the Bane's going to eat up Zealots, but charge will be very good against the Lings. Whereas melee upgrade is very good against Stalkers. So I think Showtime gets a little bit of the build order edge on this. And charging +1 coming through. Robe of Hostility and the Temple Archives coming on up. The Oracles get to the upper left-hand side. Hydron's going down, which is nice from Showtime as well. Puts some good damage on the field. Put them into a nice little position early on. Do some damage. And the Prison coming up on the Robe of Facility. Continue to get that going. Storm is building. Charge is about to finish up. We'll give Showtime, obviously, good comp against Lingbane Hydra. Which is where we're heading to right now. So I did switch into missile upgrades now as well, so noteworthy that he's going to start upgrading those Hydras here. Prism hangs around, just going to see the Zealot Archon Force coming over as well. And just hit. The Oracle takes some damage. Extra Zealot's going to come straight on through. A few Banestorm morphed in. The Hydras gather up. Oracle activating. A few Zerglings taking damage again. That Ling Bane coming through, +1 missiles, and the Muska Organs coming up as well. So that Hydra speed's not done yet. This is a perfect time to catch a couple storms as Showtime found those Hydras moving across. Solar readies an attack in. Storm is very important here. You need to storm those Banelings especially. You do not want to let those Banes connect. It's absolutely spot on. Storms on that bottom side were perfect from Showtime. And all of the Banes were in that cluster as well, so that's just it. The Banelings don't get through, and now everything else gets to be just so much better. Zealots will be able to chase down these Hydras because they never went down. Archons will be able to stand there and just stand fight and strong. And Solar is just not going to have a good time here in this ZVP. Prism across the map goes down at least, so Showtime doesn't succeed there, but he has absolutely dominated the fight over here. Those Banelings only just started morphing. If Showtime's got a little bit of bravery in him, yeah, I mean, it's difficult to judge, right? But he's about to have the Stormy Boys show up as well, which would be huge. go. A couple of storms coming down. All the Banes go down again. That's going to do it. Showtime convincing in game 2. Easiest game we've seen him win all day. Well, he won an easy one against Bunny, I guess, but after grueling affairs against Clem and now Solar, he's going to move through to the finals as Showtime will be in the finals of the WardiTV Mondays this week. Okay, so this puts us in a very interesting position, by the way. Because, if Hero wins, we will have had... if Hero wins, we will have had, Hero and Clem winning all 4 of the first seeds. And then 4 different players who have been in the, then 4 different players would have been in the finals. That actually makes it very difficult to decide who maybe gets that better seed. I may just have to add that to a qualifier, actually. I just have to add that to a qualifier. So basically, the winner of WardiTV Mondays gets a special seed into Group Stage 2 of the Spring Championship. But we're not going to have anyone who's made back-to-back finals. Like, obviously, if Showtime wins today, then great, he gets it. But then, my thing is, if Hero wins, and we've got 4 players that have made finals, do we just get those 4 players to play, like, a little match against each other or something? Probably. I think that might be the easiest way to do it. And then just schedule that in to be casted at some point. That might be the best way to approach it. And then those guys don't have to... I mean, those guys will be qualified, but skipping a group stage is obviously very nice. So, yeah. Figure that out, though, at some point. For now, we're going to get our finals ready to go. Showtime versus Hero Best of 5 PvP. Hey, Showtime. Well, we're going to have a look at his PvP history. Well, first of all, let's see what Showtime has done against Hero as of late. Not a lot. Showtime hasn't beat Hero since 2023, but hey! That's exactly what Clem had against Showtime. They've only played 5 times since then. Most recently, the Boomer Bash qualifier, Showtime lost to Hero 1-2, Hero 2-0, and WardiTV Mondays 27. So those are their most recent meetings. WardiTV February, 2-0 for Hero in Group Stage B. Okay. The last 3 meetings have been WardiTV tournaments. All went Hero's way, but Showtime got a map last time. Like I say, I want to see what Showtime's PvP history is, actually. Let's have a peek. Opponent race Protoss. Let's look at some of these Showtime PvP results while we wait for the videos to be done. Showtime 2-0 Hearthstone Rebellion, lost to Hero, lost to Trigger, but beat MaxPax on Mana. Lost to Hero, lost to Geralt, lost to Hero, beat Hearthstone, lost to Hero, lost to Skillus, lost to MaxPax, lost to MaxPax and Trigger. Not great, honestly. Pretty shaky. But I really think of that Boomer Bash qualifier match. That was a really good series between Hero and Showtime, so hoping for more of that in this best of 5. Sandworm going to be the opening game for this finals. We'll get this hosted up right now. Get ready to go into this final match of the day, guys. Best of 5, grand final PvP. Hoping for some good games. I'd like to see at least one of these games go a little bit longer. You guys know what I mean. You know, the game that doesn't just end at 7 minutes, because that's what PvP does a lot of the time. Bum, bum. I think everyone's in here, so as long as the players are ready, we can go. Just waiting for the players to say that they are good. And kick that off. Ready, go, go. GLHF. And we get going on to Sandworm. It's best of 5, of course, guys. Again, thanks for joining us. If you're enjoying the games today, a couple of things to mention. Again, if you're on the YouTube channel, we've got loads of views on the YouTube today. Hit that like button on the YouTube stream. I'm going to see how many likes we had and see if I need to motivate you guys. We've got over 300 plus people here for over a couple of hours. I think it's time for us to be at 100 plus for sure, no? We're at 90 likes on YouTube. We can get that up a little bit higher, guys. And if you don't already subscribe on the YouTube, please do. We're trying to hit 50,000 YouTube subs this year, so if you can help us out with that, hit that sub button. That's appreciated. When YouTube sees people subscribe, and they're like, oh, cool, a healthy YouTube channel. And then they put the YouTube videos out to more people. Because it's all about pleasing the algorithm. So go check that out on the YouTube. If you're on Twitch, you can obviously follow as well. And you can see when we go live in the future. And again, today is the final day of the Twitch promotion where you can get, or you can gift 5 subs or more for 35% off. So if you're feeling generous and you feel like you might be gifting subs soon, do it today because it'll be more expensive in a few days and it makes no difference to me. I get the same amount, so take advantage of that while you can. As we are stuck on the loading screen, so my sellout section has not made it past the loading screen, basically. That's the TLDR of where we're at. Alright, so we're going to get, like I say, unrolling very shortly. I guess I'll take a quick moment to mention the Patreon page again, patreon.com/WardiTV, where you can pledge for prize pools. 100% of your pledges on the Patreon page go directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools, so great way for you guys to get some more out of that. Check that out. Beautiful. Beautiful. We are completely stuck on the loading screen, by the way, so someone has crashed out. You're not missing anything right now. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that Spring Championship seed. I think I'm just going to get them to play some matches for it. Steadfast with the crash out. Showtime was a second late to build his probe, but doesn't look like he's complaining. He's going to drop the GLHF. Alright. Into the PvP we go. In the bottom left-hand corner, a red Protoss player. Showtime. And in the top right, our blue Protoss. This is Hero as we kick off into game number 1 of this best of 5. Well, well, well. What have we here? Hero with the Cannon Rush. Fascinating. Sure, Hero's just like, hey, I heard you guys like new maps, huh? Let me show you what I've been planning on Sandworm. Let me show you why this was not a viable map to add to the WardiTV map pool. Showtime's going to see the Forge in a second. And obviously the low ground cannon on the way. And that low ground cannon is going to allow you to start building structures into the main base. Showtime gets a cannon of his own. He realizes the threat here. He needs to remove high ground vision. So he needs to kill this probe. And then he needs to get that pylon, preferably before the cannon's done. I feel like we should put some probes onto that pylon right now, as we will be able to hunt down this probe. Okay. This is actually fine for Showtime, I think, because now, yeah, you don't actually have to kill the pylon now because there's just no reason for you to be over there. The wall-off is complete. We build a Zealot. That will come down to the low ground. And this is not going well for Hero at all. It's not going well for Hero at all, who starts a cannon, but there's going to be a Zealot on top of it already. GG's, and Showtime gets the opening game! Well, guys, I hope you weren't excited for the cannon rush, because it got denied. This is my fault. I said I really hope we get one of those long, nice PvPs between these guys. I think it'll be super interesting. Yeah, I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just shut up. You know? I think we spent more time loading into the game than we actually spent inside of the game, to be honest. I think we actually did as well. It's funny. As we get ready to go into game number 2 of this best of 5 final here. Let's kick this off and we'll get this going. Showtime happy to get high quality practice playing Hero. Hero says cannon rush. I love it. Not gonna let me stroke you. Oh, big yawn. Big yawn. Oh. We got tiring daily. Yeah? It's tough having to sleep downstairs all day, isn't it? Alright, top right hand corner of the map, our Red Pros play a game up with the defense against the cannon rush. It is going to be Showtime. Hero on the other side. Our blue Protoss. Hero will build a gateway. Alright guys, it's time for our special sellout section. Oh. Ellie is here to tell you guys about how much she misses having treats and toys. It's tough going in these days. So if you would like to see Ellie be a happy puppy and have more toys than this sad little King Pringles can, don't forget you can use your Twitch Prime today. And Ellie will go from being a sad puppy to a happy puppy. Well, I actually don't know. She's always a sad puppy on stream. There you go. Don't guilt you like that. You won't resist. That's the point. Wait, no, no. I'm not guilting anyone. I'm just being straight. I'm just telling you guys what Ellie told me to say. Ellie struggles to speak for herself. The best she can do is stand there and look to agree with me, you know? Does Ellie have a favorite Protoss player? I don't know. I can ask her. Hang on. Hold up. Ellie, do you like Showtime? Yeah, you like Showtime. What about Hero? You like Hero as well. Do you like Zerg? Okay, do you like Terran? She's like, I like anything that potentially is going to make you give me food. I see. I don't think these are accurate answers, guys. We do have proxy coming up, so let's get back to it. We do have our proxies of Showtime being found and under attack already. You would imagine not ideal. He starts off the War Prism. Is Pylon in trouble here? He has got units coming over, but I don't think he saves the Pylon. We do not. That feels very bad. There's a couple of stalkers will continue to chase and go after the Adept there. And Showtime's in a bad spot. Gonna build a Robo at home now. Build a Nexus. I'd really imagine Hero kind of wins this on the counterattack, though. Just go across the map, 3 gates and a prism. It's gonna be very tough for Showtime to contend with that, I think. Showtime's about get the Immortal. The lack of a Prism is going to be the biggest issue. Not being able to have your own, like, Prism micro is going to make this so very tough. Eva steps up. It's going to be seeing the Sentry going to get some energy back onto it. Probe's going down in the main base as the Adepts over there are a problem. And now Hero just going to elevate her into the main base himself. Force field on the ramp, and I think... I think Showtime's in trouble. He's going to recall. Still, the lack of a Prism is going to be tough now. He just elevated to the low ground. One way, then the other. He will just really abuse the fact that he's got that little bit extra right now. Knock down this pylon. That's all of the batteries. Well, actually, the other battery is still powered from the high ground, but... Showtime doesn't have the army supply. Don't think he has the tech or the tools here to improve this for himself. Like I say, this is my bad, guys. Because, yeah, I asked for a long game, and this will be anything but a long game. Cast a curse. Feels like it, doesn't it? Gateway's going down. And Zep's still poking across. The force field comes into play as well. GG. GG, and Hero is going to take game 2. Yeah, not the greatest of series so far, guys, but game 3 is going to be epic. It's 1-1, tied up, guaranteed 4 games. Just an aggressive start to the series. Going to get better. Sorry, this dog gets more of my lunch than I do. I can promise you not getting any more Ellie. They'll stand in defiance. Did I see old school RuneScape sailing? Yeah, sadly. Not really a fan. What I am a fan of is game 3. As in the top right hand side, our Red Protoss player is Showtime. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss is Hero. Maybe a normal game? Pro coming over. Well, Gateway's coming up. Can assemblator added on as well. Both players will be heading to that 2 gates, so no one's going to try and go for the 1 gate. It's going to be 2 gate eaching. And Stalkers from both as well, so gas investment being made. Hero is going to be the one to have a pylon on the map, but does not keep the probe nearby, so it does not seem as though that's going to do much of anything. Not for the moment. Two Stalkers going to be up against the 2 sentries. It's going to go to 4 Stalkers versus 2 Stalkers, 2 sentries. That's the way of things at the moment. Stalker here just comes across, going to hit that probe for a few moments. Probe is going to go down. And Robo Facility coming through, and that gateway on at the Stalker on. Warp gate as well. Coming through, a couple of Stalkers then. Very much so on the way up at the moment. Destination moving over, a couple of Stalkers gather about. Okay, we'll finish on both sides. We do see the prison coming up and a couple of batteries coming about as well. Soldiers will fight through. The blink is very much so on the way. Probes coming over. That Robo base starting up as well, so we bring a lot of that online here currently. And very interesting choice, because obviously rushing the Robo Bay from Showtime, a little bit risky. Doesn't have as good utility as I would say the Blink Stalkers will. Prism now allows you to do a little bit of harassment, but yeah, you gotta put a lot of faith in this Robo Bay being able to get some value, otherwise this has the potential just to be a complete and utter disaster. I don't think very much so. No boosting along. Probe facility will start up. I'm just going to have the couple of gates coming through. I mean, Blink about to be done from Hero. I feel like that's going to be a very good situation for him. Focus stepping over. Sentry's coming about. And we sit out at the front. How defensive can we get here? Showtime. He's going to have an Immortal. His presence still across the map, though, as Hero already bullying his way in. Open workers sitting at the front here right away. Still taking some damage, so a few hits coming through. I mean, the problem for Showtime is I feel like this Immortal can't even really step up because it will just get targeted. I feel like it's such a danger. The force field is doing so much here from Hero as well, bullying Showtime back. Showtime will just straight up lose the Nexus. As soon as he loses that, that's GG. And this is going to go into Hero's favor. So Hero, speed running through a series. He had, what, a 2-minute game? A 6 and like 2 6-minute games or so far. It has been a fast finals up until now. But hey, it wasn't a 3-0, right? Join into game 4. And we get into the potentially final map. Ah, come on, Showtime, bring it back. kind of a bit rough for Showtime. I feel like the two more proper games he tried to play, losses. I mean, obviously one of his was a proxy that got found. First game he defended the cannon rush. It's like it's been some games so far, to say the least. It's been some games, I guess, is what we can definitely say. As we ready up to go into our next map, guys. Let's do it. Amygdala in the top right, looking to keep us alive to a game 5. It will be Showtime in the top right-hand corner. Down in the bottom left, Blue Protoss is Hero. What do you guys think? Do you think Showtime can bring it back? I feel like these games have been very hero-esque, actually. Just aggressive, ending quickly. Kind of being a little bit crazy, a little bit off. It's a theoretical 3-0 if Hero wins. Yeah, the cannon rush doesn't quite count. It felt kind of doomed from the start. I mean, Showtime did the right thing. But yes, it did feel kind of doomed from the start as well. Hey, you can't take that away from Showtime, though. Can't blame Showtime for Hero's mistake of building the forge. You can only play against what your opponent does, you know. Comes around the back, Cybercore is coming through. Next it sets up in the natural. Again, the Cybercore is finishing up very shortly. Stargate will build up from Showtime, so we'll get that Stargate underway. Stargate building on the side of Hero. Next is coming up on both sides. Well, this might be the most proper game of PvP that we see. Stargate versus Stargate. Do we get to Phoenix on Phoenix? There's a good chance of it, of course. Oh, so now our coming through. Phoenix on the way from Hero, so we'll see how much Showtime can do with the Oracle. We'll see if he ends up playing the Phoenix versus Phoenix from the Oracle Open. And it is possible. That's shading up, and again the Oracle and the Phoenix very much so still on the way out at the moment. Oracle gets down in toward the main base, but it's going to be met by the real Phoenix, 2 real Phoenix. Showtime has to instantly recall it, give it a chance of survival, but all of the units on it, doesn't matter, it will still live. Jeez, that felt quite fortunate, to be honest. Did not seem as though that was going to be a great moment at all. The Adept shades out of there. He's just going to lift, that Adept will go down. Stalker's gathering the sentry as well. Blink will start in the Twilight, and we do have all of the units of Hero continuing to come straight across the map, so they're going to begin to make their plays. Getting straight up into position here. As it says, well, it's nice to hold a few Stalkers back at least, but that's the problem with transitioning away. And we have the Blink is on the way up from Showtime. The Phoenix get to kill a bunch of probes. However, the Phoenix being across the map gives the Oracle a chance to come in, and Showtime will deliver a beating to this economy. 9, 10, 11 workers. We're not done yet. 12. We should just stay here. These Oracles, I think, should just be sacrificed. 14 probes. We drop a Revelation as both Oracles die, but 14 probes? That is pretty darn serious. Stalkers get there, Phoenix getting turned around. The Blink is coming up, extra Stalkers very much so still coming in. As the Oracle gets back in toward the main base. Stalkers still gathering on the natural, and this probe force getting taken down as well. So 3 workers drop, the Stalkers get there, the Oracle gets pushed back again. Why do you have to build a forward gateway to warp in? Isn't the pylon just enough? You can warp in off of a pylon, but they changed it kind of a while ago now. They changed it so that if the pylon's not connected to the Nexus, or it's not connected to a gateway, the warp-in is much slower than if you warp in on a pylon that is connected. So, it's a serious difference in warp-in time. And so, if you want to get, like, a proper, like, you know, if you want to basically set up for a push that's going to keep on pushing, you want to have the fast warp-ins available. Sometimes you'll see things warping in slowly in a base, because they warp in off a pylon in their base, which is actually not connected to a gateway or Nexus as well. So it's true all around the map. Just obviously you see that a lot on the proxies. Only played Wings, yeah. I want to say it was like 3 or 4 years ago that they changed this. I might be wrong. I don't actually know when it was, but it was during Legacy, I'm pretty sure. It was definitely during Legacy of the Void. I want to say it's within the last 5 years they changed that one, but not really sure. It's one of those things that, to me, has been there forever, but I know it hasn't been, so maybe I'm also just completely wrong on the timeline. Plus 1 Blink coming up, a gateway coming through, we had a few pylons in. The Immortal there is going to get jumped on. It's an easy pick for Showtime. So now gets a Sentry, now realizes he can get the next Immortal, maybe. Going to have to fire 3 volleys to deal with the fact that the battery is healing. But Showtime just committing onto this natural, trading up. And these Stalkers keep on dropping. Do we have any answer on the way? Not really. Looks as though Showtime's just going to be able to keep on beating Hero down. Extra Stalker showing in from that bottom right pylon warping point. We depower the Twilight, which means that now, of course, there is no Blink on the way anymore. The Hero, and as the probes pull through, that's where Showtime will continue to take an even better edge in this game. As maybe the Oracle can get a Stasis Ward down. I actually think it will get a Stasis Ward down, which is huge. Anything to buy you some more time and potentially make your opponent make a mistake. We step up. Again, that's Stalkers. Just need to be careful now. Respect the Stasis Ward. He did see the Oracle. Yeah, he knows about it. Jumps on the Stasis, gets another Immortal quickly and easily. Just going to back away now. Maybe with another Blink, he would go for the Immortal again. There's the Oracle across the map. Hero will get rid of some of Showtime's probes. As Hero actually has a +1 attack upgrade too. This is actually maybe going to be a defense. Showtime does not have what he needs to go against the Immortal, and because he's been pushed away on the other side and taking some losses, well, I mean, Showtime's still up 8 workers and up a base, right? So, I mean, it's still good for Showtime, but he doesn't break through and win right here. And I do think we've got to be a bit concerned as the +2 attack upgrade is coming in on the side of Hero. That's obviously going to be +2 to no upgrades. I mean, that's scary for Showtime as this game progresses as well. Observer goes down. You can see our Stalkers coming through. A couple of those Stalkers going down. We will continue to chase. Okay, we will form. Again, charging the +1. Still coming up. +2 attack coming in from Hero as well. And Hero's down a lot of supply. It's in army, it's in workers. Like I say, one of his advantages will be the upgrade at least, but I'm not sure if it's enough to overcome this overall. And up shade into the third mineral line. And try and get a couple of probes there. 2 workers going down. +1 charge coming up from Showtime. The Observer as well. Add a couple of Zealots in. +3 attack from Hero, also in production. Get turned around. Robobase still very much so coming up. And +3 attack is on the way up from Hero. Got the +2 on the way from Showtime. So still maintain that 1 upgrade lead here pretty much throughout this game. And that is Hero's only advantage. He is going to try and get the Colossus. It's a fun way to kind of build up here in the PvP. And I guess he's just going to try and play upgrades and a better tech army and defensively and just hope that is going to be good enough. Pretty much all we can do at this point. Stalker's still gathering. When you see the other Stalkers showing up, he's going to see the pylon taking some shots, going to go down. And again, Showtime has the ability to kind of still have the numbers to kind of poke in with. He's going to actually come in, and we'll see whether basically the tech of Hero is going to save him here. I actually think the Colossus might scare Showtime a bit, because the Colossus will get rid of some of the Zealots quite quickly, so it's got to scare you at least a little. Units down to the south, we'll see another round of Stalkers warping in. Armor upgrade coming through, another Colossus gonna pop. Showtime still down the full attack upgrade here, +2 to the +3 at the moment. See a few of the Zealots walking forward, but yeah, Colossus should be good against Zealots. It's just a question of do we have enough Colossus to make up for the supply difference. Like I said, the attack upgrade plus Colossus, maybe it's a combination that can work. It's not a normal way to play, but obviously Hero's just behind in this and has to figure out a way to get back in. We're going to blink on the Colossus. That's why Colossus aren't great in PvP. Because they're actually very easily taken out a lot of the time. We're going to see exactly the same over this side as now we dive in. Both those Immortals will go down as well. I think it's fair to say that Showtime has not being bothered at all by the Colossus play of his opponent. Yeah, I think he, yeah, I mean, there's a reason we don't see a Colossus a lot in this matchup. They just aren't that effective nowadays. Compared to, like, Archons, which really do the same job, but are just generally so much better and easier to get to. GG's, we're going to get to a 5-game series, so our finals will go the distance. We will go to all 5 maps here. And a game there that went on a little bit longer, at the very least, which is what I was asking for, so... Showtime going to BRB a minute, so we'll take a second before we dive into game number 5 of our grand finals today. This was a goal going to be our final map. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, Showtime joins the lobby. So we are going to be good to go into this game 5 right now. I'm going to kick this off. Ready, go, go. Being told, GLHF. I'm going to get ready to kick this into action. So into Whispers of Gold we go, go. Let's see what happens. In the bottom right hand corner, we are going to see the red Protoss player opened this series with a cannon rush, then got right back on track, but it all went wrong for him in the previous game to lead us to this scoreline 2-2. In the bottom right, our red Protoss is Hero, while in the top left, our blue Protoss is Showtime. One final map today to decide this Monday's event. Like I said, it's a pretty big deal for Showtime, because if he can win this, he's guaranteed an invite into Group Stage 2 of the WardiTV Spring Championship. So it's actually a nice little bonus on top of, obviously winning and feeling good about that. Spring Championship seed is a pretty big deal. I could say skip an entire group stage, basically. It's very nice. Very nice. It's and Simulators coming up. It's coming online, probe coming through. Just going to be seeing our setup continuing. And Cybercore's coming through, and Gates coming up. And it's going to be seeing Lazelle coming in as well, so continue to get that underway. I'll have a couple Stalkers coming by. The Stargate online from Hero. What does Showtime want to do? Hero obviously playing the single gateway, so going to go towards kind of the MaxPax build, which we see so often from MaxPax, of course. And let's go Stalkers again set up. Battery coming about. Just going to be seeing the target finishing in this main base, and the Oracle will begin to Corona Boost. Going to start to move on through. Get across the map, and away we go. Showtime doing what he can, obviously, with two gateways, applying a bit of pressure. Should not be able to, come as too much of a surprise. Turn around and shoot a couple more shots here. Gotta be careful. I mean, Stalkers are low, but two more about to arrive, and now the Oracle definitely can't get involved. An extra gate from Showtime. He's absolutely bringing the pressure and looking to close this out quickly, and this is just 3 gates as well. This is not a fancy robo facility or anything of the sorts. And what's already huge about this right now is you're putting so much damage on this Stalker, the battery gets drained. And so you're missing that right away. The Oracle coming in from the other side. Those going to be able to finish off 2 of the Stalkers, potentially. Does not finish off the other one there. Oh, good micro on both sides. Oracle stays alive, so do both of those low HP Stalkers. Get the shields back on them. Let them sit in the back lines and let them get their damage out in these upcoming fights is a big deal. Nexus finishing as Hero gets ready to play the defense. Void Ray is available. Lack of batteries at the moment. Obviously, that first battery got drained of energy. I'm building an extra battery in the back there. Not really available just yet, though, so Oracle's going to start us up. The Stasis Wards 2 as Showtime adds gateway number 4, so the 4 gate going to be in full effect. And this is going to become a micro war in the upcoming moment. Showtime will want to have enough Stalkers to one-shot the Voids, but he will absolutely need to avoid walking into any of these Stasis Wards. Stasis Wards are going to be a complete killer for him. And as we step through, Void taking some shots, Nexus taking damage, one Stalker hurting. I think he sees the Stasis, so he knows what hero is playing around right now. Spoken about. Any shots you get off on the units are already draining some of the energy on the batteries, right? So whenever you then make a dive to commit, this is going to be a lot easier for you to succeed with. Void Ray takes 3 volleys to go down. I think that's a little bit too many. It's just very expensive to take so much time sitting in the Void Ray prismatic alignment. Try and come through again. Doesn't quite happen. Another Stalker goes down. Stasis Ward still very much so there. The Adept taking a few more shots. We got another Stasis Ward in. These Stalkers continue to gather through. We're going to fire up a couple more hits right now. The Void Ray is still in production. Hero is going to get the Stasis. That's huge. This is very difficult now because how do you now deal with the fact that these Stalkers are stuck? How do you get them out? You have to commit in basically before all your Stalkers can fire. Across the map, we've got the Oracle as well. It's going to threaten on the other side. Showtime has to deal with this while figuring this out over here. I don't think he has enough. I think he committed to that fight when he got kind of backed onto the left-hand side. Oh, good force fields as well. Okay. This is not happening for Showtime. GG's. Hero is going to get the defense. And Showtime saying came so close to the victory today, but it wasn't quite close enough. GG's. And that will be Hero with the 3-2 victory, winning out another WardiTV Mondays for himself. We nearly had someone else winning one of these things. So very nearly. But Hero comes out on top in the end. GG's. GG's. Alrighty, guys. So that's going to be it for us. And that is your WardiTV Mondays. We almost got a rare weekly winner. I know, it would have been so cool. I love, as always, love Hero, MaxPax, CLEM, but man, they win so much in combination that it's like, I don't think it's wrong to cheer for the guys that have not won as much, right? CLEM has won, I mean, to be fair, Hero, this is only his 3rd ever WardiTV Monday win. It's not like Hero wins a lot of these. He's now won 3 out of the last 6. So if you want to talk about Hero being a little bit more on point and his form coming up and rising a little bit lately, it's definitely a little bit of a proof of that. So unfortunately, Showtime is not going to become our 7th ever player to win a WardiTV Weekly. Maybe in the 30s, as WardiTV 30 on Monday. Number 30 will be back hopefully next week. Once again, in fact, next week we'll definitely have an event because no matter what, we actually have Twitch front page time. So we'll be live next week for sure on the Monday. Again, I'm going to be off tomorrow, guys, because the rest of this month, the entirety of April, is super busy. We've got loads of StarCraft with the WardiTV Spring Championship coming in. If you want to support, if you enjoy what you're seeing, again, all the usual stuff. Like and subscribe on YouTube, free to do. Follow on Twitch, free to do. Sit around and watch the ads at the end of the stream, free to do. If you want to support monetarily, you can check out the membership system on YouTube. There is obviously the subscriptions on Twitch. Check if you've got your Prime sub available. If you've got a Prime, use it. Don't let it sit there and go to waste. Today is the last day of the gifted sub offer. 5 or more gifted subs, you get a discount, so you can basically support the stream for cheaper than usual via Twitch. And obviously the Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV is a way for you to support the tournaments. Check that out if you want to support the tournament prize pool directly. Again, that's WardiTV on Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV. Yeah, we're nearly up at 700 subs again on Twitch, which is amazing. And the battle back towards there has been going well, so thank you so much if you've been helping us out with that. We appreciate it. So, yeah. Not really much else to say then, guys. I'll run the ads. Call it a day. I'm not here tomorrow. I'll be back on Wednesday. So I'll see you guys on Wednesday for more StarCraft 2. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. No, I'll see you guys on Wednesday for the qualifier? Yes, I'll see you guys on Wednesday for the qualifier of the WardiTV Spring Championship.